Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. The Buffalo Sabres left Ottawa last night victorious, winning over the Senators by a score of 5-2. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod. Sabres are back in action in Buffalo on Saturday at 7 o'clock to host the Tampa Bay Lightning. Voting went down at NFL owners' meetings yesterday. The proposal to ban the tush push was tabled and is expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings later in May this year. The ban reportedly had a support of 16 teams, but needed 24 votes to pass. The Lions' proposal for reseeding the playoffs based on records has also been tabled. Two rule changes that did pass: the NFL regular season overtime will now allow both teams to possess the ball, but the overtime period will remain 10 minutes. It was speculated that the overtime could be changed to 15 minutes, but it will remain at 10 minutes. Another change to the kickoffs for a second year in a row also is now that touchbacks will go back to the 35-yard line. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported yesterday evening that it wouldn't be surprising to see Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins end up in Cleveland. Cousins signed with the Falcons last year on a 4-year, $180 million deal, but was notified earlier this offseason that he would likely not be the starter this coming year. Falcons drafted quarterback Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall in last year's draft as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White.
You don't necessarily need irons to play golf. I'm just going to hit driver and bump 3 woods in the fairway and then putt.
And Joe DiBiase.
Anyone, I've got a buddy who hits a golf ball like 300 yards, but it goes everywhere.
Well, of course I know it. It's me.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. It's going to rain today.
We need it. We need the rain.
It's an upset.
We need it. April showers, spring. I don't know, man.
May flowers. That's what I'm told. Yep. Yeah. Hey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Joe. Joe's out this week. We're back.
Like we never left.
You know, funny you say that. I am behind the times on this, catching up on Severance. So the whole you never left, it strikes me now in a way that it probably didn't before. So catching up behind, not one of those, I didn't know the shows existed, but I'm trying to make a concerted effort, my wife and I, to not have show ADD or ADHD. I'm not starting one till we get to the end of this one.
I just had this whole thing. We are finishing White Lotus.
Yes.
And I am not starting Severance until White Lotus is completed.
That's right. Don't read 3 books at the same time. Let's focus.
We're better than this.
We got jobs to do here. We got to get through this thing. So, yeah.
I'm with you.
It strikes me. Anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Nate. And good morning to the chat. Good morning to everyone out there. Yeah, thunderstorms later today, possibly damaging thunderstorms. Going to rain pretty steady. And the temperature is going to tick up to the 50s today, 60 tomorrow, but the whole thing's going to be rained on. So, you know, as you were. We've got Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast at 8 o'clock. I listened to, he also does the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast. He and Kyle Krabs did a mock draft yesterday. I'll ask him about the selection for the Bills, which was the Oregon defensive tackle, Derek Harmon. So that's one player to talk about. And the question I had more than that was, because he and Kyle Krabs are just going back and forth. You know, the way that draft filled out, what are the names that you would jump 3 spots for? You know, I'm trying to start to get ready for what the Bills could ultimately do. Of course, we're 3 weeks away, 3 weeks in a day. So Joe Marino at 8, Sal at 8:30 to recap owners' meetings. We got more rules changes from yesterday, proposals that have been tabled, and some that will, of course, be new, including the kickoff and the touchback and all that. So Sal at 8:30. And then no Paul today. Paul's out. So Joe Yurden on the Sabres at 9:30. That's the rundown. There we are. One question I would ask you, an age-old question about like this is Sports Radio 101. You know, Pete Rose, should he be in the Hall of Fame? That's the old joke. Oh, just open up the phones for that. Even 15 years ago, people might have done that. And this would be one about momentum.
Oh, Uncle Mo.
I don't have to get into does it exist in a game, but it's the age-old question that we would be asking ourselves every year about April 2nd when the Sabres are not contending for a playoff spot. And I asked this of Lindy yesterday. I would expect him to say yes to this question. The answer to anybody out there, if you're even checking in or watching the Sabres, is what happens now worth anything? Because the Sabres are no longer in last.
That is correct. They have risen from the bottom.
Yes, this is one of those, what if I told you at the start of the season the Sabres are going to finish ahead of Boston? Because right now they are ahead of Boston. And all of a sudden that's like, instead of, wow, they finally did it. It's, wow, look at Boston. It all happened. Boston's a minus 52 on goal differential. They've lost 6 in a row. They have 1 win in their last 10. Like, Boston is, I saw this word flying around yesterday, a tanking. So Boston is in last in the East. And the Sabres are ahead of them with a game in hand.
If they get to the bottom and then back to being good again before the Sabres do, that might really be it for me.
Wouldn't you bet that?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I would
bet that, yeah.
I don't know what the odds would be, but it would not be shocking at all to me if that actually happened. But anyway, I am torn on this with the Sabres all the time because if you try to tell me that they're not as bad as they are, I'd probably want to believe you. I think they get submarined by things that could be fixed, like goaltending. If they'd have the goaltending that James Reimer's given them the last 2 weeks, they'd be a lot better.
Yeah.
But, you can't really go back in time and do that. The Sabres have 7 wins in their last 10. And their losses are goofy UPL loss to the Flyers where they give up 7. They have beaten good teams along the way. They've beaten Ottawa twice since the Cousins trade.
Yep.
Is this momentum, this time of year, legit? If you look at the Sabres in the standings of goal differential, they have a better goal differential than Montreal, who is in a playoff spot. And if you just sorted on goal differential, they're in the mix. They should be alive, but they're not because they had that 13-game losing streak. And Lindy and Kevin Adams have started to kind of point to that as that's the thing, that you can't do that. We had a reasonably good season, but you can't do that the same way that, Nate, as you and I both know, you can't get a 10 on a par 5 and have a good round. It's over. Your round is over. So is what you see from the Sabres today, from this last 2 weeks or 3 weeks or month, can it be trusted as real? 803-0550. If you want to throw it our way, here. We're here for you on the Sabres. They're winning. They play spoiler to Ottawa again. Can it be real? Should you take anything from it?
I told you when I came in, it's kind of just, it makes me mad when they play games like last night, where they look fun. Tage is scoring awesome goals with JJ Peterka.
Highlight reel Tage is definitely back. That's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. That goal was
awesome.
Art.
Yeah.
yeah.
And like credit to JJ Peterka on that play too, because he makes that play happen just as much. And like if anything, not that I feel like you walked into this year not maybe knowing this, but I do think those two work together. Like in finding them a really strong, permanent line mate might be something they really should try to focus on this offseason. But yeah, it's frustrating to watch games like yesterday and then I know we talked about this with Lindy yesterday, too, about, Dahlin missing a big chunk of that 13-game losing streak. But, I appreciated his answer. It's true. I mean, every team goes through injuries. You're going to lose guys for portions of the season. You got to find ways to overcome. You can't lose a player, albeit your best player, and lose 13 straight games in the middle of your season. And they did, and it's ultimately what cost them. But there are these stretches of games in the last 3 or 4 seasons that you can point to say this is the difference in your season. And it's easier to do that when you look at a extended losing streak. But I don't know, to me, it ends up feeling like I'm bailing them out by saying, well, that 13-game stretch and Dahlin, and it's like, there are so many more moments this season that you just feel like, man, when is it going to, when are we not going to have conversations about respecting the game in April and the end of March? Because it just feels like that's a conversation every single year. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I watched the game. I enjoyed the game. It was entertaining. The Cousins, pass to Peyton Krebs for a walk-in goal felt like, all right, yeah, we won that. He's going to be in the playoffs, though. So.
He's going to be in the playoffs. He's playing great for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, hey, we had those 2 games.
It used to be playing spoiler was, hey, Jack Eichel's coming back, and we get to shove it in his face. And wow, bam, that's your spoiler. Now your spoiler is to Ottawa, who's going to go anyway.
Yeah.
And that's a little tougher. Yeah, like talk of the Sabres dismissing the 13-game losing streak. Again, not that they're dismissing it, but when you make this point to say, if it just wasn't for that, it's a lot like when you give up, 150 to Derrick Henry, and you say, outside of that 85-yard touchdown run on the first play of the game, other than that, they did a decent job against him.
Yeah. That play counts.
Okay, right, okay.
It all counts.
They do count. And the other thing about the Sabres is, of course, this was supposed to be a year where it was a make-good off last year. Kevin Adams' tone in the offseason a year ago was, I know what needs to be fixed, and I know who will fix it. They hired Lindy Ruff. They probably did that because Lindy was available. If Lindy is not available, I'm not sure they fire Granato. He might have another run at this, and who knows where things are. But this was supposed to be we know what's wrong, we're going to fix it year. And then other things went wrong, whether that's UPL or, Quinn and Peterka at different times, more Quinn, of course, there, and lots of other things. Injuries to Dahlin, defensively, what they do. One of the things they do this year that's different is they don't get as many games with shots. They play lower event games. I saw the stat last year, Nate, they had 15 games of 25 shots or fewer, and this year that number's over 25 or 26 now. So offensively, their power play has gone into the tank multiple times. I think with the Sabres, I don't want to put my emotion on what everybody out there feels about them. There's a lot of whatever, man. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when you inspire me. I'll let you know when I believe in you again. I'll let you know when what it looks like you're doing is going to matter, because there have been years where they do this. In fact, I just checked last year. Last year, their record in April was 4-2-1. They were 500 in March. They were over 500 in January and February. So from January to the end of the season last year, they were above 500. We had the numbers on that on December 20th, I think it was December 20th, they were 7 points out. This is last year. And they finished 7 points out. How impressed am I supposed to be that outside of a 13-game losing streak, you were relatively competitive? I don't know what to do with it. So I get what you say what you're saying when you say a win like that kind of makes you mad, because you just think, if you were really bad and just sunk, all right, they were bad this year, as opposed to a what if we didn't just have that stretch in the middle.
That albatross in the middle of our season.
Right.
Yeah.
They were in a playoff spot on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Which, that's not that late, but it's kind of late for them to still be in one. So there are still pieces, and I think there's still reason to think it's not an impossible task to be a good team to make the playoffs. Of course, it should not be. But I just don't know what to do with it. If you try to tell me they're better than their results, than they're on the standings, I want to believe you, but I also want to smack myself for doing that. So I don't know. I get kind of crossed up on that. So 803-0550 if you want to join us on the Sabres on that. Tage looks amazing. One thing about Tage that is interesting, though, is his career arc, right? From being a guy that was kind of lost to maybe he can score to, is he a number one center? And there was always one thing about him as a number one center that I thought wouldn't be sustainable as a number one, and that's, you kind of can't be that guy. In 2021-22, he has 30 assists. And I think that's just not going to work.
I remember the conversation.
You can't. If you're number one center, you got to be more of a playmaker. The following year, he goes 47-47. Like, okay, there he is. He can do it all. And now we're drifting back to, 39 goals is great and 27 assists. It's different for a team that scores a lot. trying to figure out how they're going to slot everybody in, if everybody is in fact staying, is interesting. And the offer sheets for Peterka and Quinn, if they come, or McLeod, if that comes, that's a conversation for the offseason. But a lot of people are locked in and signed up to be here again. It's why I asked Lindy about this momentum idea. Is it different because so many players are probably coming
Going to be back, yeah.
So, anyway, I got a phone call in. Larry in South Florida has given us a ring early, bright and early in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Yeah, it's actually Sal's probably happy to leave. It woke up. It's so humid and muggy. I was actually hoping to get there yesterday to see him, but it just didn't work out. The Sabres. It's Nate, you talked about it in the early part of the show, that it just seems like every freaking year they do this to us. They have the momentum at the end of the year, but there's always something that goes on. And last night during the game, my best friend in Colorado texted me. He goes, it only took 65 games for them to get it. And I said, Artie, when are we going to learn that they do this to us every year? Towards the end of the year, they turn it on, they look great, we get excited for the next year, and then, bam, something happens early in the year, i.e. 13-game winless streak. I mean, let's think back over the last several years. Wasn't there 2 years in a row or 2 out of 3 years? And 1 year we won 10 straight, and then 1 year we went 10 games without a loss, or even longer, and we still didn't make the playoffs?
Yes, there's a season with a 10-game win streak, and they still missed, yeah.
And I did the math on that. After that 10-game win streak, they didn't even have to go 500 to get into the playoffs, yet they couldn't pull it off. Like, that 13-game losing streak, Darlene wasn't there, and I did forget that part, so I guess you can give them a little bit of grace, but no, you can't. It's the NHL, and you got to be prepared. And we have players. You got Thompson, and, yeah, it looked like he took some nights off back then, and I know people were banged up, but I mean, look, Adams, it looks like he did a pretty good job getting that defenseman, and who knows about Norris? The guy's never healthy, and if he is, maybe that deal's worth it. And you did see Cousins' bonehead pass. I think you guys probably saw that on Krebs' goal.
Yep.
I mean, that was terrible, and that was the stuff that he was doing here. So, is it general manager, gentlemen? Is it scouting? I mean, we're picking these guys high in the first round, and it doesn't look like a lot of these picks are panning out. I mean, I do like the fact that we did get Curry, Yari Curry for, was it at the Eichel trade? The first-round pick, Eichel or Reinhart?
The first-round pick in the Eichel trade, is Tuck, and it is, what is it?
Krebs and Ostlund?
Ostlund. Yeah. And then the Reinhardt first-round pick is Roseanne? Kulik, okay, sorry.
Kulik.
There's so many first-round picks,
Yes.
It's hard to remember who came from who. One of those is a Ristolainen pick, too.
Yeah, and I mean, the talent, the young guys, they look like there's going to be something there, but why does it take so many games for these guys to wake up? I mean, now JJ's on fire, and Quinn's on fire, and now Krebs is starting to wake up. But why does it take so long? And this is where my question is this Adams or is it deeper than that? And I don't have an answer.
Yeah. Well, Larry, I don't know. I mean, this is where I feel like if we're talking to Paul, we'd say as soon as the pressure gets on, they tend to break a little bit.
Yeah.
And there's really not any pressure on right now. If they win or lose, they're going to be about the same spot in the standings. They even had their idea of how they were going to do. Like Lindy did the math, and they laid it out. All right, 7 out of 10 every 5-game stretch, and they didn't make it out of the first stretch of 7 out of 10. So then they had to start playing from behind, and I don't know. It is what it is. With regard to, they always do this. I just went through the last couple Marches and Aprils, and sure enough, since COVID, I took out the new COVID years because they were so weird and the schedules, all that, and jacked up. But they do very much often finish March and April with a positive finish to the season. And then I found the year that they won 10 games in a row, March they went 2-12. That was a fall apart year. That was not so good. Anyway, when they play well like they played last night, it's fun. Goals are fun. Tage continues to look amazing. Darlene looks amazing. Peterka and Quinn, these last couple games, it really is that we thought those two would be, and with Cousins too, like that was a line at one point, the kid line.
Right.
That line falling apart, I don't even want to say that that's what's led to where they are, because they do still score goals,
right,
this team. And that Quinn went away, and that they kind of lost Cousins along the way. Like, losing Cousins, and right now you have nothing to show for it because you just don't know what Josh Norris is going to bring you. Like, this is a major miss/loss. So you're looking for an answer, Larry? I don't know. Sometimes I want to say if they just had a goalie, they'd be fine.
And I also...
And the last couple games, it's looked like that.
Yeah. And the impressive part about the last few years is how they've changed and have gotten the same result. I would tell you that it's not for... Maybe there hasn't been enough change to the roster and the personnel, but they went from being the second highest scoring team in the league to a low event hockey team who can't score goals but was getting goaltending. But when they were scoring goals, they couldn't get goaltending. Then they went this year, and then they got both scenarios where they had stretches where they had goaltending and couldn't score, and then when they could score, they weren't getting goaltending. So, I think we all have focused so much, especially during the last, I would say even prior to 3 years ago, post-Eichel, pre-Eichel, like that whole era, we've constantly talked about how, not just us, but like the team and the GMs, whoever the GM was and whoever the head coach is, talking about the bottom six and how they've got to get that figured out. And this year they spent, resources on rebuilding that fourth line. And, it hasn't really worked out that well. It's not terrible. It's not like it's tanking. But to me, they went into the season, maybe not with the intention of having Cousins, Quinn, and Peterka be your second line, but that had kind of been, what they wanted to do before Jack Quinn got hurt on and off last year. And if you were to now, in hindsight, look at that as a second line with so much focus on the bottom six, that second line of Cousins, Quinn, and Peterka, it's not... Just look across the league at good teams' second lines. They're not relying on three young players all continuing to grow and take steps together. Like, they hedge for stuff. They prepare for one guy to have a down season, or hey, we've got a veteran we can slot in here if Quinn's got to slot down. There was so much riding on those three being great and being one of the best second lines in hockey. And it was so much. It's projection. There was no evidence. It's sort of like the tush-push argument. Is
about the injuries?
About data, about injuries. Well, the data injury is not there, but we want to prevent it before it happens. There was really no evidence that those three together were going to continue elevating their game and be good enough for them to ride that as a second line. And I don't know. It just... I don't know what this offseason brings. I don't know if they're going to bring the general manager back. I'm of the mind he's back. Maybe that'll make people really frustrated. I don't know. But I could tell you if he's back, if he's not back. Does anyone really trust or want a GM search? Who's going to want to be the GM of this team? That would, to me, we were spared the slice of humble pie for them getting Lindy, somebody that wanted to be here. If you mentioned if he wasn't available, what that would be like. Maybe it's Granato back. I think that's very real.
Yep.
I think we were all spared the slice of humble pie of the names that probably would have been interviewed or even been interested in this job publicly.
Maybe. There was one ESPN piece that quoted a bunch of agents and also quoted Brandon Montour, and it was actually interesting because some of the quotes in there kind of painted the whole situation as not as bad as everyone seems to think. It's not that bad. It doesn't have to be this bad. It doesn't have to last this long. And I don't think it's insane if you told me they ran it back next year but, found goaltending, whatever that answer is. If it's bringing Reimer back, that'd be kind of surprising. They did waive him earlier in the season. But if they find an answer in net and add another defenseman, they have the scoring. They have some pieces in place. But your point about humble pie is not wrong. Lindy taking the job was a little bit of credibility maybe around the league. There's that one report that a player in the room thinks the game has passed him by. Whatever. Who knows if that's true or not and who might have said that. But Zucker and Greenway, they finally have some veterans. If they bring back McLeod and Byram as a veteran, they're still one of the youngest teams. but they look like they might actually be given a chance to age here, which could be good. 803-0550, our number. Alex Ovechkin's chase continues.
Scored again.
He is close.
4.
Yeah. 4 goals away.
6 games? 7 games?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only a race to catch Gretzky. I think it's a race against the clock this year. Like, he goes into the final game of the year needing 2. Is it worst case scenario if he ties Gretzky and then the season ends?
I think that might. Is that not best case scenario?
And then, like, their first game next year is a massive game.
You get this celebration now and
Twice.
then.
Yeah. That might be right. Well, he's 4 away.
I just hope I hope we don't have like a Favre or a Favre Bruce Smith moment.
Favre and Michael Strahan. I don't think anybody's just going to give him the goal.
I
mean, there are empty netters.
There are.
But what's going to happen? A goalie's going to see him and say, "Oh, right this way, sir." A hat tip to you.
Yeah, it's correct. I wanted to be the guy you scored on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe. Who did Gretzky score on? It was against the Canucks. Who was in
his
goal?
final goal?
The when he broke the record to become the all-time goal scorer. Was it? I don't think it was Kirk McLean. I'll look that up. Anyway, 803-0550, that is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Somebody out there knows that right off the top of their head. You want to give us a call? That'd be great. NFL rules changes, good stuff like that. I've got a great trivia question for Nate a little bit later. I've got some Masters trivia as we're kind of counting down towards the Masters. So lots and lots to get to, and love to have your calls along the way. Join us online. Join us on the chat. You can do what they do every morning, which is comment on what we're wearing. I've had people ask me, now that you guys are streaming on YouTube, has it changed anything about your preparation? My answer to that is generally not really, but I did put on moisturizer the other day. Not something I normally do. I just thought, why not? It seems like a good idea. So, has it changed me drastically? Not yet. But I would say, looking at our faces, this is why people wear makeup on TV.
Yes.
It's one of the things I might say.
There's a reason why our friends joke that we have a face for radio.
Yeah, just,
I mean, how many times in your life have you heard that joke?
Just like 1,000.
Yeah.
Usually the person that says it just gives you the
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on the chat, on the phone lines, wherever you want to join us. You can tweet us. You can. I'm on Blue Sky. You can hit me there. You can hit me anywhere, really. Why not? It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
Never miss a This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres win over the Senators last night, 5-2. Tage Thompson, Rasmus Dahlin, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod, the goal scorers for the Sabres. Sabres back in action on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Lightning. Voting went down at yesterday's NFL owners' meetings. The proposal to ban the tush push was tabled and is expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings later this year in May. The Lions' proposal for reseeding the playoffs based on records has also been tabled. Two rule changes that did pass. The NFL regular season overtime will now be just like the one in the playoffs. Both teams will be able to possess the ball. The overtime period will remain at 10 minutes. Another change was the kickoffs. Kickoffs have been changed now second year in a row. Touchbacks will now go on the 35-yard line. And Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported yesterday evening that it wouldn't be surprising to see Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins end up in Cleveland. Cousins signed with the Falcons last year on a 4-year, $180 million deal, but the Falcons also drafted Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick in last year's draft as well. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
J.J. Peterka, Tage Thompson. He's making a lane. Thompson dishes off, scores! What a return feed from Peterka as Tage Thompson buries it. That was beautiful. And the Sabres have taken a 3-0 lead here in Ottawa.
One of your first moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Tage Thompson scores. Great feed there from J.J. Peterka. The Sabres win and beat Ottawa, second time in 2 weeks. I mean, they've played the Senators a couple times, twice since the Cousins trade, and Cousins has not enjoyed these games. But the Senators appear to be well on their way to the playoffs. Alex Ovechkin scored again last night, and we'll take your calls on the Sabres if you'd like. Quick thing on the NFL. I'm going to relate the kickoffs to the tush push, if you'll allow it very quickly. Everybody in America is tired of the tush push, I'm sure, with the conversation. But, so the touchbacks are the 35.
Yeah.
Touchbacks are now the 35-yard line, which it has been, I think it's been fun and fascinating watching the NFL maneuver the rules, the this and that, the landing zone, what they want. And I love stuff like this because I love to find out and try to work out incentivization. Like, all right, what are you incentivizing here? What are you rewarding? What are you punishing? Mm-hmm. And the new touchback being at the 35. Nate, when I grew up, and probably you as well, for most of it, kicking the ball out of bounds, a cardinal sin that actually happened in a Super Bowl between the Panthers and the Patriots. John Casey, I don't know if you remember this, everybody, but one of those Brady miracle comeback wins where they kicked it to win it was because John Casey kicked the ball out of bounds and Brady started at the 40. Yeah.
So now
everything goes.
You just get a touchback and you're five. That's
basically right. A touchback is nearly as penal as kicking out of bounds used to be. So you definitely do not want to kick touchbacks. Sean McDermott, he had a comment this week about how the loss of Mac Hollins is a big loss because they're going to need special teams players. And this is a team that used to field a lot of players specific to special teams before these major changes on special teams, right? Now, your kick coverage team is actually really important. Can you get a team down at the 17? That'd be amazing. That is a huge advantage over a touchback. So, with touchback being moved all the way to the 35, tells you the NFL doesn't want touchbacks. Sorry, we don't want those. And how am I going to relate it to tush push? One quick way, then we'll get a call in here. Kickers got too good. Isn't that what happened? Kickers got too good. You line up that kicker, boot it through the back of the end zone. We don't have to do anything.
Yeah, it was kind of it became a pointless play.
We don't have to take hits. Yep. Just kick this thing right through the end zone.
We don't have to worry about anyone returning. We're not going to lose points on a play.
And we'll pin you at the 20, and we love it. Mm-hmm. Sounds great. I don't need the 15. I'm going to give you the 20. And of course, the touchback got moved to the 25, then the 30, now the 35-yard line. That's just massive. So kickers got too good, and the league decided we want our playback. This is also what happened with the point after. What's the conversion rate on a point after touchdown in the old format? 99%. These guys are too good. This is boring. Move it back. So the way to relate this to the tush push is, granted, it's one or two teams that are too good at this, but it's not unusual or out of bounds to me for the league to say, yeah, you're too good at this. We want a play instead of this thing, because right now it's the Eagles. If everybody, and I heard a thought on this from, maybe it was Sal, maybe it was Zach, maybe it was the afternoon show. If the tush push stays for another year, what's to stop every team in the league from saying, like, all right, our backup tight end is our tush push guy, and now 32 teams run it, and if they all hit above 87%, now what? Now I have a point after touchdown scenario. Now I have all these kicks are going out of the back of the end zone. I want a football play. I don't want this thing that looks like it's boring. It's taking away from my product. So kickers got too good. I'll admit this is a bit of a reach, but I'll do it anyway. No one asked that the returners leap in the air and knock the ball out. Just stop them from kicking the touchbacks. Just get the ball. Just return it. So the just stop them routine, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't fly with me. So I think the kickoff stuff and moving out to the 35 is a great example of what a league can do, will do, arguably should do. We used to have special teams. We didn't hate that. These jobs, these players, these scenarios, these dramatic plays, they started to disappear because teams got too good at something. Let's take it away from them. Let's punish them. Because now a touchback it's 5 yards away from what used to be a cardinal sin. 35-yard line. Holy cow. How many touchbacks will there be this year for the Bills? Are they going to drop the ball at the 10? How many times will return men let the ball bounce at the 5, hoping it goes into the end zone? Is it like fielding a punt now, where, hey, you plant your heels on the 10 and you don't...
Anything behind it, you're letting go.
Try to let that thing go. If it checks up, all right, fine, you got to return it.
What about, are we about to see way more squib kicks? Like, okay, you're gonna put a hands guy back, a returner. He better have good hands.
Yeah. It's such a big change.
I also think, something I know Tyler Bass is actually pretty good at are those, sky kicks, where you kick it high as hell. And if you want to do, a coffin corner situation, hey, you kick it out of bounds, it's 40. It's a 40. And you know what? We're willing to take the risk if we can pin somebody down at the 17-yard line on a sky kick, corner kick. I don't know. It'll be interesting.
This is a dumb question that I should know the answer to. Will teams punt? Can you punt there? You punt after a safety, it's called a free kick, and you can punt. And teams choose to punt because your covered
team
Can you
choose to punt?
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can either.
But it seems like you might want to. Can I punt this ball inside the 17, the 25, get a fair catch? Interesting. Going to be really interesting to see how they cook things up. Eric in Lockport is up next. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
It's going all right.
So just two quick points I want to get through. On Adams, this is really simple. I mean, it's the NHL. It's year 5. You look at the standings. They're as bad now as when they started. And to me, he should have been gone the day after Pagula met with the team and said the answers are in the room. The next day, they get pounded by what was then the worst team in the Eastern Conference to then take their place. Now, my second point, if they feel like they just can't get a better GM than what they have now, then they have to do the other stuff that good teams do, which means spend the cap, let the coach hire his own assistant, rebuild the scouting. I mean, you have to at least show the fans that you're operating the same way that teams that finish with 100 points operate. I will hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. At the end of the day, I'm reminded of Bill Parcells. You are what your record says you are, right? You are what your record says you are. And there have been plenty of times during this Sabres drought where I felt they are artificially low. I thought that after the Kruger years, this team does not have to be this bad. A good coach would make a difference, and Granato came in, and he did a nice job for a while, and they got back to being competitive and missed by a point. And, it's just tough. You're supposed to bounce up and down. You're supposed to have an Ottawa season. I guess one thing that might change for Adams in this timeline as he gets another offseason, which I expect that he will. Extending Zucker and extending Greenway. Ottawa is a good example for this, Eric. And if you think about the Senators and what their path has been. Last year it was Detroit, where we're looking at the Sabres and saying, why can't you have Detroit's season? Detroit did not make the playoffs, but they had a run, and they were close. And the Ottawa Senators have a similar playoff drought, right? They've missed for, I think it may be 7 or 8 seasons. Almost everybody made it in the COVID year. 24 teams made it. Ottawa made the playoffs in 2016-17. That's the last time they made it. Okay. And they went to the conference finals, by the way. The Ottawa Senators made the conference finals in 2017. And in their little mini drought here, while the Sabres drought's been going on, the Senators have done some things the Sabres have not. They traded. Yes.
Tried?
Yeah. Yes. They pushed in and made moves to go. They went for DeBrincat, and it was, wow, you can't do that. How are you going to take such a risk? And they lost him. And they traded for Chychrun, right? They gave up the pieces. They signed an older Giroux. And I can remember along the way, multiple times, wanting the Sabres to, and this predates Kevin Adams. This would be, why aren't you doing more? Go be good. And there would be a constant tone of, no, that's not us yet. We're letting this build. We're going to let this thing happen. I know Giroux goes to Ottawa, like that's his hometown team. So I'm not saying Giroux specifically. But it just felt like anytime you'd mention a trade, giving up a first-round pick, or a veteran who was a little older, it was kind of shot down by this idea that maybe the Sabres had something very, very special and young, and let it cultivate, let it grow, let it ferment. And here's Ottawa, who started throwing stuff at the wall, and not that stuff worked, but it didn't set them back. Here they are. They're fine. They had good young players as well. They've kind of built it up. They went out and spent a first-round pick on Linus Ullmark, right? Like, that's a goaltender that's played pretty well for them. So I think that you've started to see a shift for the Sabres in being willing to, when they trade for Greenway, when they sign a Zucker, they're looking for older veterans that can help them, men in the NHL. And they've extended both those guys. So that both signings, the trade for Greenway and the signing of Zucker, both have gone well. And to bring them back, I think, is a sign that maybe they're out of that. It's so important to stay young. The trade of Savoy. Like, these are the kind of moves that happening in 2024/25 could have happened 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But they were almost treating it like it was, we're not ready for that kind of move yet. That's not our time yet. And I always felt like that was wrong. So maybe they've shifted a little bit in that department. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550. I have some good trivia to get you. Instead of that, though, stat of the day. And it's going to be on the Masters because, you're wearing some green over there.
Of course.
You're wearing your green. This week is the Valero.
Yep.
The Valero this week.
The 1 week before the big stuff, this always ends up being kind of like a fun little tournament. Yeah. Guys are gearing up.
Yeah.
Pretty good field.
Some guys go to Augusta, though.
Rory's in Augusta.
Rory went to Augusta.
He's been there multiple times.
Stat of the day is about Rory McIlroy. That's coming up. 803-0550, some football talk, top of the hour. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, and Locked On NFL Scouting at 8 here on WGR.
of the day.
I got a golf stat from my buddy Nate here. It's golf stat / trivia, which is this. I saw yesterday Kyle Porter, formerly of CBS Sports, now does a golf newsletter called Normal Sport. He's written the book Normal Sport as well. Great golf writer, one of the best. His Masters preview, Nate, included this, that where winners win it in the number of times they played it. For instance, there have been 3 first-time winners at Augusta. First Masters, you win it. 3 guys have done that. 5 guys in their second attempt. 8 in their third. 8 in their fourth. That's actually the high mark. The most wins come in a third or fourth Masters.
Yep.
But it's not exactly linear, bouncing around, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Rory is entering Masters number 17. He's never won
Lucky
it.
number 17.
One player has won it that late or later. No one has ever done that other than one player.
Wow.
Who won it in their 19th attempt. Care to guess who that was? If you don't get it when I tell you, it'll make sense. You'll get it.
Active player?
Yeah. Active where?
Season the champions. Or in the
No.
19th
attempt. Mark O'Mara won it in his 15th. Phil won his third in his 12th attempt.
Wow, who would it be? Don't know.
Sergio. Sergio won the Masters in his 19th attempt.
That's why. Sort of. Yes, he is active player, kind of.
Sort of. Yeah, he's active. He plays golf.
It's crazy how long he's been playing professional golf.
Yes. Rory would be going for his first Masters in his 17th attempt. No one's ever, again, just Sergio passed that. So, I don't know, man. He's got to get it.
I would agree.
He does have a good 10 years, I think, left. Maybe 5 of prime.
Yeah, he's got, I would say, 5 years of prime.
He's not, how old is he?
35.
He's got 10 years. He's got 10. I say that as I'm 45, convincing myself that I'm still in my prime of golf.
18 years old.
Did I have a prime?
Masters.
What's that?
18 years old was his first Masters.
For Rory?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good golfer.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's got to win this. It'd be the best possible story. I mean,
it would be the best possible
He's got to win it. He's got to win it. Anyway, 803-0550. There's your stat of the day. You can give us a call on the Sabres if you want. Some football talk when we get back. The Bills and their pursuits in this draft. Brandon Bean talking about their draft capital and how it gives them some freedom. And also on the tush push, we have the latest report on what the number is, how close we are to whether we're getting rid of it or whatever. 803-0550, the phone number. You can give us a call. Well, I'm happy to take your call. Joe Marino coming up 8 o'clock hour, top of the 8 o'clock hour. Sal wrapping up owners' meetings at 8:30 here on WGR.
550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. Buffalo Sabres victorious over the Ottawa Senators last night, winning by a score of 5-2. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod. Sabres are back in action in Buffalo on Saturday, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning at 7 o'clock. Voting went down at the NFL owners' meetings yesterday. The proposal to ban the tush push was tabled and is expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings in May. The ban reportedly had support of 16 NFL teams, but needed 24 votes to pass. The Lions' proposal for reseeding the playoffs based on records has also been tabled. Two rule changes that did pass, however. NFL regular season overtime will now be just like the playoffs. Both teams will be allowed to possess the ball. The overtime will remain 10 minutes. Another change to the kickoffs for the second year in a row as well. Touchbacks will now go to the 35-yard line. And Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported last night that it wouldn't be surprising to see Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins end up with the Cleveland Browns. Falcons signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million deal last year, but was notified earlier this offseason that he would likely not be the starter coming into this season. The Falcons drafted quarterback Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall in last year's draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You are still dangerous. You can be my wingman anytime. You can be mine.
R.I.P. Val Kilmer. Iceman. Tom Kazansky. What's your problem, Kazansky? I've watched Top Gun, like many of you out there who are also living cliches like me, a million times.
I really liked Maverick.
Maverick was a great movie.
I really liked Maverick a lot.
I was afraid to see Maverick. I was afraid it, it's the Top Gun, and it was great. Maverick was great. Top Gun, of course, incredible. Val Kilmer, R.I.P. Val Kilmer. I was looking through his filmology. Is that filmography? There we go.
Yeah.
To see all the movies I've seen from Kilmer, of course, like Real Genius, Top Gun, Tombstone. Tombstone's a very top of mind. In fact, driving in this morning, listening to the report on Val Kilmer passing away, Tombstone got the #1 billing. Like Val Kilmer of Tombstone played Doc Holliday in Tombstone. Then came Top Gun, and then there's another that, of course, I have seen this and just forgot until I looked at the list. And I'm sure I'm sitting here in a room with you and Josh over there and Owen over there. I would bet that none of you have seen Willow. 0 for 3. What a shame.
Sorry.
1988, Willow.
Wow.
Val Kilmer plays Mad Mardigan. Oh, man, you got to see Willow. You have to see it. It's, what is it? It's one of these wizards, sort of the Lord of the Rings, 1980s action, great stuff.
Bow and arrows?
Yes. Not quite Lord of the Rings, but you know what I'm saying. Like just fantasy, sci-fi, Willow.
Yeah, it's funny. Outside of Top Gun, Val Kilmer's not like a huge, again, like 88 is just a little before my time. I was like, I think of Val Kilmer and I think of like MacGruber, which is like a movie that was made within the last 15 years. He's really funny in that. And I don't really think he's a comedic character in many movies.
No, he was, if I'm not mistaken, he's a method actor.
Okay.
Which is one of the people that you get a role and then you live and become that person for that amount of time.
Right.
Which is weird for those of us that are not dedicating our lives to becoming Batman. I never saw the Batman that he was. Batman Forever.
I also did not see the Batman.
I never saw that. And I want to say I feel like no one ever talks about Val Kilmer as Batman. There's Michael Keaton. There's Christian Bale. There's Ben Affleck did it once, didn't he?
George Clooney.
I all the middle Batmans. I stopped. I didn't.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, R.I.P. Val Kilmer.
Method acting.
Top secret.
Method acting made me remember when I called you Andy Kaufman, or Jim Carrey trying to be Andy Kaufman about the wide receiver train, because you were so immersed in your narrative, your wide receiver train thing. You lost yourself a little.
Have I found myself yet? I don't think so.
I don't think you have.
I definitely don't think so. I'm still looking at receivers.
But you were lost in the sauce for a little while.
I'm still lost. The Ghost in the Darkness. If you've not seen The Ghost in the Darkness, great movie. Val Kilmer movie from the 1990s, 1996. That's about they're building a train rail line through Africa, and there are two lions that they can't seem to. The two lions that are hunting people, and he's sent to take care of the lions.
I've seen that movie. It's very good.
It's very cool.
It's really interesting.
The Ghost in the Darkness, yeah.
Okay.
What else from Val Kilmer? A lot of the stuff is like mid-2000s. True Romance is another one for him. Yeah. R.I.P. Val Kilmer. Iceman was a better character in film history. I mean, there might be a few. But in terms of, villains / friends become enemies, enemies become friends.
Yeah, and the storyline in Maverick, too, where, he's sick at the end of his life.
Yeah.
And, still, kind of protecting. Yeah, it's just
that's why. So on his death, he dies of throat cancer. He could barely speak at this point in his life. That's why in the movie he doesn't really talk.
And I didn't even in hindsight, I didn't really know that. I thought that was part of the character, but that was his situation. He had I think I saw he had 2 tracheotomies.
Yeah,
tough.
803-0550 to join us on the Sabres if you want. We've got some update on the rule changes in the NFL, the kickoff rule, the overtime rule. There was a follow-up question about overtime we'll get to, and the numbers on the tush-push vote, we've got a report about how close it might be. Again, there wasn't a vote. It was tabled until further notice. Maybe May they vote on that, so we kind of know where that stands. Paul in Buffalo is up. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Guys, I have a bevy of Sabre points that I'd like to talk about, and then you mentioned Willow, Jeremy. I mean, I'm 45, so in the 80s, we had amazing kids' movies, and George Lucas had his hand in a lot of things, and Willow is one of the movies he had his hand in, and Val Kilmer was fantastic in that movie. If you were a little boy who had maybe older brothers and just roughhoused a lot, and you wanted to see a guy with a sword doing acrobatic things and telling jokes and getting the girl and, killing the evil wizard, Willow has everything. If you love Star Wars, it has the charm and the storytelling and the mythos and all of it. It is such a fantastic film. And I can't think of anyone our age who hears the movie genre Western and the first person they think of is Doc Holliday as played by Val Kilmer. The fact he did not win an Oscar for that role is a travesty, a great travesty by the Academy. But let me move on to our Buffalo Sabres, who are in the midst of their now patented classic heroic run to 9th or 10th place. It is something to see. It always is. This time they're getting saves from James Reimer out of nowhere, and they've got their captain healthy, and we've seen his greatest talent come to the fore again. Rasmus Dahlin can turn trash into treasure. Matthias Samuelsson +4 last night, most minutes played in the game. Unreal. Unreal what Rasmus Dahlin does. He is, to me, you keep your Cal McCarrs, your Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes isn't in the same league as Rasmus Dahlin. I'm sorry. He's a winger from the blue line. Dahlin is twice the player Quinn Hughes is. Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck is the dichotomy I want to draw right now. If I were Team USA's general manager, first of all, I would put both of them on Team USA. But if I could only put one of them on Team USA, it would be Alex Tuck. Because Alex Tuck is a plus player in all 3 zones. Tage Thompson is a top 10 player in the world in the offensive zone. He's fine in the defensive zone, but boy, does he give the puck away in the neutral zone. He gives it up on a platter a lot. He more than makes up for it. He's worth his $7 million, and no complaints about Tage Thompson, but I would take Alex Tuck over him on Team USA. And finally, Alex Ovechkin scored again last night, a garbage goal. He has changed his game a bit, and he plays in front of the net.
Yeah,
he's so big and strong.
Yeah, Paul, the last couple goals he's scored, right? Like every time, Ovechkin scores, they go to the highlight, and there he's just like banging it in from 2 feet out.
If he has made a decision to say, I'm going to play a little Dave Anderchuk style, not necessarily deflect pucks, but just use my big body, who's moving him? Because, like, if you look at the Four Nations when Dahlin ragdolled McDavid, he couldn't do that to Ovechkin. Ovechkin is too big and strong. If he's got 3 years left if he wants to stand in front of the net and get rebounds.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul.
Guys, have a good one.
Ovechkin is the embodiment of old man strength right now, right? Old bear.
Mm-hmm.
Huge, strong. Yeah, thanks, Paul, for the phone call. On what do you want there? The Sabres on Team USA on Val Kilmer, Willow. You should. Yeah. Yes.
We are still in movie and TV show windows right now because we can't be outside.
Because it rains all the time. Yeah. On the Sabres and their run. You know, like you said, James Reimer is what's happening now. What do? They bring back Reimer. It is one thing. I had this thought about the Sabres. When's the last time that their plan in goal seemed like it had a long-term, like, we got it. We're set. It seems like they kind of ping-pong all over the place. Hey, Levi's going to be the guy. We're going to give him the job. Actually, he's not ready. He's in Rochester. It's between UPL and last year coming into the season, it would have been Craig Anderson. Oh, look at this guy. Craig Anderson's. He's hot. Let's ride him. Another year for Craig Anderson. Let's bring him back. It's not going to work. Carter Hutton. And since Allmark, it's kind of just been bouncing around. Allmark is still playing. Allmark was here, and they let him walk. Mm-hmm. He was pretty good. I was thinking about Jonas Enroth the other day.
Wow.
Other than, it's been a long time since they've had a true number one with Robin Leonard. They make the move to. That was when they had a plan. Trade it first, get a guy. He's our guy. I mean, we're going way back now. But it just seems like we're about to enter another offseason where it's, what's going to happen in net? Well, we're going to hope that Luukkonen gets it back. I mean, they gave Luukkonen such a big deal, such term on that deal. It's been a position that I think has frequently been too unreliable. And if they had goaltending 2 years ago, they're in the playoffs. And if they had goaltending this year, they're probably in the mix. And it's been tough. So anyway, 803-0550 to join us on that on the Sabres and Val Kilmer if you want it. On Tombstone, so he's Doc Holliday. You've seen Tombstone? Everybody in the room has seen Tombstone? No, Josh? No, Nate.
No,
man.
No, this is definitely like this would be a movie my dad would watch in the living room, and I'd be like, "You're watching this for the 25th time, Dad." This year, and it's one of those movies that are on TV. I would view how my dad looks at Tombstone is I would guess how I look at Shawshank. Is if it's on, okay. I don't care if there's 40 minutes left or the full movie. It's gonna go on. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, it came out in 1993.
Yeah.
So Owen, what year are you born?
I'm an 02, so I was born in 2002.
Okay.
And I love Tombstone. It's one of my favorite movies.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's unbelievable that that Val Kilmer scene where he goes to find Johnny Ringo at the end is my favorite movie scene that's ever been.
It's incredible. It's long.
Yeah.
How long is it? Is it 2.5 hours? Whatever. It's a long movie.
It's long, and I am the same way that Nate, you said you are about Shawshank. I am that way.
You watch it every time.
If it's on, I
find
it's on.
It and
I sit down and plant on the couch for the rest of it.
Like what channel is Tombstone playing on regularly?
TNT or
TBS
or TCM.
Okay, it's definitely Turner Classic Movies. Yeah,
maybe. It's an incredible movie. It's great.
2 hours and 14 minutes, by the way.
Okay, 2:14. I thought it was a little longer than that. That's not bad. Tons of big stars in Tombstone, and it's great. I mean, Westerns, everybody should get on a Western kick. If you've never done it where you just decide, I think I like Westerns for a little while, try that on. It's raining for the next 6 days. Nate, become a Western guy.
Okay. You should get on the Yellowstone bandwagon.
That'll work. You'd be surprised. Get on some Clint Eastwood movies. Get on the Westerns. Tombstone's great. Doug in North Tonawanda. Hey, Doug.
Hey, good morning. Hey, 21-year listener, first-time caller. I appreciate you guys' service to the community. want to tell you, every time I run into you guys in public, you're always so real. I appreciate that. Hey, I just wanted to mention real quick The Doors. Val Kilmer, you talk about method acting and immersing yourself in a role. Watch The Doors. He did a fantastic job. I'm a Tombstone fan, #1 favorite movie ever, but just watch The Doors.
Yeah, he sang. He did the vocals on The Doors, right?
I believe he did.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard on the drive-in. I have not seen The Doors, and I suppose I should, right? Why not? Thanks, Doug. It's funny. 21 years, first-time caller. What was it? A McDermott decision? A bad officiating call? Val Kilmer, baby. R.I.P. Val Kilmer, who has passed away. Jeremy and Nate here on WGR. Thanks for the phone call, Doug. 803-0550 if you want to chime in on anything. Okay, so NFL, couple different rule changes. The overtime rule, there was a question asked that was a good question. So the NFL went to their postseason format for the regular season, which is both teams will get the ball, but overtime is 10 minutes. In the playoffs, that is not timed. There is no, right, both teams are going to get the ball. You cannot hold it, and then the other team is dead. It's both teams get it.
Both teams get it are guaranteed one possession.
Correct. Do they time it in the playoffs? Now that I'm thinking about that, they don't just end the overtime period. You don't run out of time, do you?
Yeah.
In the playoffs?
Oh, in the playoffs, no.
That's what
Is it even timed?
That's what the Super Bowl, this happened 2 years ago.
And I can't remember.
I can't remember it being timed.
Or
mattering what the time was. So, all right, sorry, got to follow up on that.
Yeah.
The reason I bring that up is in the NFL regular season, now the overtime format will be each team get the ball. Unless if you put together a 10-minute drive, then that's it. There is not a guaranteed possession after that. So if you hold the ball for 10 minutes and score on the final play, the game is over. How likely is that? I don't think that's very likely at all. The team's going to get the ball, hold it for a 10-minute drive. How often are drives 10 minutes long? Not that often. They do happen. How often is a drive 10 minutes long when the other team is armed with timeouts? Because you're going to get some timeouts back in the overtime format. You're going to stop the clock. Are they going to stop it for a 2-minute warning? I think they do have a 2-minute warning in overtime. So it's not likely, but that is an interesting wrinkle that you will have the potential to have it be sudden death. It would just be like, or 10-minute death. Maybe we should call it that. Because if you hold it for all 10 minutes, you do that. So that's one. Another note here on the tush push. It's been tabled. But there's a report I saw at ProFootballTalk.com that the vote, where does the vote stand right now? The Packers have the initial proposal. And the proposal is that you can't immediately push the player who receives the snap. And this is why I heard Sal with the Extra Point Show, with the afternoon show. This is where you might have enough of an appetite to change the rule. You might not have agreement on what it should say. But Kalen Collar of ESPN.com reports that 16 teams support the Packers' proposal. So you're already at, the league is 50-50.
50-50. Yeah.
The league is 50-50 on this. Yes, we should do this. No, we shouldn't. And what you might have is you need 8 more teams. Think of it just like any old bill that's going through Congress, right? I've got these 3 teams. What they want is this language put in. These 2 teams, they would agree if it said this instead. How can the NFL, which, by the way, I think you should view Roger Goodell as someone that's going to try and whip everyone together and get all those votes. Talk to this owner, talk to that owner, talk to that GM to try to get everybody on the same page. Goodell has said he thinks they should get rid of it. He is for banning the tush push. He thinks injury, whatever. There's a lot of different things being said about it this week. But if they could get these remaining 8 on board with the right language, that's what might get it to May. And the fact that it's already a 50-50 split, I don't put it this way. I'll ask it this way. Do you think there's any chance they go from 50-50 split to further away from banning it? Because I tend to think that no matter if they do it this year or next year, eventually it will go away. McDermott And his comment about injuries and when you're put in that position and on, they don't have a high-profile injury. True or false? As soon as they do, next year at owners' meetings, remember what happened to insert quarterback here, insert offensive lineman who broke a leg, defensive tackle who insert high-profile injury on a tush-push. Isn't that immediately, look, we talked about it last year, even if it's not true in the data, you would have a very strong anecdotal, boom, that guy got hurt. They took away low hits on quarterbacks when Brady got hurt. It was the next year, the Brady rule. You can't hit a quarterback down there anymore. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if it doesn't make it through yet, but it's going to continue, Nate, moving.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to have positive momentum.
What they got to do is someone's got to create the pick. Like someone's got to create the language in this that's accepted by everybody. I think part of the reason it's getting tabled right now is everyone, even the people that are like, we want to ban this, I just don't know that this specific wording is going to work.
Immediately pushing the ball carrier. Can I count to 2 and then do it? Can I go in there late? I think the reason that immediately pushing the ball carrier is in there as language is so that when a running back runs 5 yards down the field, the linemen are still allowed to blast in there and push him forward, right? You got a schmozzle on the 2-yard line, and Deion Dawkins goes over and plows everyone into the end zone. I don't think the NFL wants that gone, and I don't think many teams would want that gone. I don't even think fans want that gone. Moving the pile like that. If I've got Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown pushing everybody 10 more yards, that tends to get a crowd amped up. That's an exciting kind of play. And I think that's treated differently. So that might be why the immediately is in there. I don't know the right language that would do it. How about just no pushing a player forward if they're in the backfield? And then again, okay, that doesn't work because, my quarterback has already gained 1 yard, and now I'm pushing him the 2nd yard. So the language might not be easy to find, and that could be the holdup. That's the news on the tush push.
Language.
Yeah.
It's always, you get caught in the details.
Writing the rule, which, come on,
I just think then you're just getting into, and I think that's part of the issue with it right now is the semantics of it. And it's, the Bills, Josh Allen goes to the left first, then he gets pushed. So that would be legal under, you know what I'm saying? Instead of, get snap and pushed immediately at snap. Is someone, and especially in a situation like that, is someone going to be governing that? Is there going to be somebody up there with a stopwatch?
I'm reading the name right here. It's Gene Sterator.
Jeez. Sky Judge. He's the official tush-push Sky Judge. It's going to be too hard to govern it. It's either you get rid of pushing or you don't.
Yeah, I guess one question would be, you used to not allow this as of 2004. So how did you? What did the rules say then? Can you just bring back the language of the 2004 rule that sunsetted and went away? Probably. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Put your trivia hat on for when we return.
Say less.
Good NFL trivia. And potentially a little James Cook update that will tie in as well. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe today and tomorrow and Friday as well. You're here for the rest of the week. Masters coming up.
Can't wait.
A week from tomorrow is the first round.
Are you going to be the guy that watches Masters on the range on Monday? Because I will be.
Yeah, we got to see what people are wearing.
Right.
I mean, that's very important.
Insanely important.
We've already seen Billy Horschel's setup.
Happy about it.
Yeah, I think he did all right.
Billy Ho's got swag.
Problem is, I'm not sure about wearing the sweater tied around the neck. I feel like you're not going to do that playing golf.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
Don't put that in your artist renderings of your getup.
You are going to walk into the facility with the sweater on the neck, though, I assume.
2 days he's going sweater around the neck?
I don't know. That's not
questionable. It's questionable. But he's cool. 803-0550 to join us. Some good trivia. Put your thinking caps on next.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Buffalo Sabres beat the Ottawa Senators last night by a score of 5-2. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod. Sabres back in action in Buffalo on Saturday, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning at 7 o'clock. Voting in the NFL owners' meetings yesterday, the proposal to ban the tush push is tabled and expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings later in May. The Lions' proposal for the reseeding of the playoffs based on records has also been tabled. Two rule changes that did pass regular season overtime in the NFL will now be just like the playoffs. Both teams will be allowed to possess the ball. The overtime period will be 10 minutes long. Another change to kickoffs for a second year in a row. Touchbacks will now go to the 35-yard line. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported last night that it wouldn't be surprising to see Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins end up with the Cleveland Browns. Cousins signed with the Falcons last year on a 4-year, $180 million deal, but was notified earlier this offseason that he would likely not be the starter coming into this season. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Wallenstein steps up at the line. Puck is stolen here by Peyton Krebs, who walks in and fires, scores! Peyton Krebs! A great read, and he shoots the puck as Lindy Ruff has asked him to do. And the Buffalo Sabres are up 4-1.
One of the first moments of the game, for all the moments in life, go to Firth Jewelers for the moments in your life. Go forth to Firth. Sabres win in Ottawa, sweeping the season series.
I mean, I think Jimbo's a pro. I respect him and love him to death, and I'm sure he's going to want to come out and prove that the value that he and his reps put on him, hey, I'm going to show you. If we're not there, I'm going to go out here and do it again. So he'd be showing us and then obviously showing the whole league as well. So, and we want him to have success. We're rooting for him, and we want nothing more, just like these other guys, for James to continue being a Buffalo Bill well past this season. But we are where we are, and there's no hard feelings from us.
Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane. You know what a good question for Beane would be as a follow-up? That I don't know he would answer it publicly, but would you pay a running back $15 million? You have not yet extended a running back. Would you pay a running back?
Would you pay Christian McCaffrey
$20 million?
Yeah.
Would you
do it?
Commit the top salary in the NFL to the running back position? And I don't know what kind of answer you'd get. Oh, of course, if we got the best, we'll pay the best.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that they would do it. There's plenty of Bills fans that believe the Bills won't
pay a running back ever.
Just won't do it.
Yeah.
They draft them. They said goodbye to Devin Singletary, which, he was fine. He was good. We thought he was good. But Cook has put up bigger numbers, been more explosive. And if they walk from Cook and do not pay him, then it's going to be a long time till you believe they're going to pay any running back big money. So, to say no hard feelings, he wants to go out there and prove it. He wants to show us, if you're the Bills, you might say, hey, yeah, let's see it. We'd love to see it. Love you to death. Can't wait for you to do it. Meanwhile, you're putting your career on the line to try and prove what you're worth, because we don't think you're worth the same amount of money. You know who I was thinking about yesterday? It's stunning how quickly you can go, as a running back especially, from the mountaintop to gone.
Mm-hmm.
Dalvin Cook knows that. You know who else knows that? So in our fantasy dynasty league, yes, I know, dynasty fantasy football chatter here, we're making cuts around 24 to 18 in the League of Shopes and Dreams with Mike Shope, and I had to make a call on whether or not I'm going to cut Nick Chubb, who is not on a team.
Mm-hmm.
He was the best running back in football. He's
2 years ago.
He's one of the best running backs ever. He got rolled up on a tackle. He came back last year. He was not quite himself, of course. Is he himself? I don't know. But the Browns, they don't care.
Yeah.
You're done. Maybe he can prove he can come back. Maybe he can catch on somewhere. But from the mountaintop. Not a good year for a young running back. Like Nick Chubb is Hall of Fame talent. One injury, it's over. And there's a report he's going to sign with the Bears.
Is that right?
It's out there. Could be on his way to the Bears.
J.K. Dobbins. He had almost 1,000 yards last year. He's out there. Everyone's like, he's cooked. He's had like 3 big-time injuries. Look, when he played last year, he did 9 touchdowns. He had a good year last year. Still on the free agent market.
Cook it's tough. It's where running backs get really, you don't envy their position. Hey, we love you, Jimbo. We love you. We're not going to pay you what you think you deserve, and that's fine. Like these teams and the players, they're at odds on contracts. One injury, and the entire league might just decide, like, that's fine, somebody else will come in.
Mm-hmm.
You're a tight end, or you're a receiver, or you're a defensive lineman, or you're a quarterback. You get so much more latitude to come back from an injury.
I think, too, it's tough because I think there are more outliers than rules with paying running backs. Like, to me, Saquon Barkley is an outlier. He's a really good running back, and a lot of the running backs that are that good don't necessarily become available. And I think that you can get around to paying a player as dynamic as Saquon Barkley. But, would it surprise you at all if in a year, 2 after this season, let's say 2027 comes around, that Barkley looks like he's fallen off a cliff? Would it surprise you?
No.
It wouldn't. And I think about this with Todd Gurley, who was literally like
stud.
I mean,
complete stud.
The most unbelievable fantasy seasons we've ever seen.
And he was gone in 6 months.
Injury, okay, well, his knee's acting up. It's not torn ACL, but he can't play football anymore.
Right, they're in the Super Bowl, and they won't put him on the field.
Yes.
Of any position, it goes fast.
So fast.
Look at Stephon Diggs, torn ACL midseason, $26 million guaranteed, got a job.
Mm-hmm.
You're a receiver, you're going to get that. If you're a 31-year-old running back with a torn ACL, good night. How did you ever it's amazing you made it that long. So for Cook, I mean, he's got to gamble here. And while the Bills can say we love him, we love him, we love him, the real question is not just what number would they be willing to pay him. They might be willing to pay. He's going to make 5 this year. They might be willing to pay an average value of 10, maybe. Or maybe fundamentally they just want to tell him we don't value the position.
Yeah, right.
There are teams that
this isn't a James Cook thing.
No, it might just be positional.
Yeah.
803-0550 on Cook if you want it. You ready for instant trivia?
Yeah.
All right, good. Instant trivia. I saw yesterday a player that is an answer to this tweeted out this stat. Another player that is also an answer to this responded. I don't know how else to say it without giving you one of the names. I can give you one of the names. Let's just do it that way. Thurman retweeted this, Thurman Thomas.
Okay.
Because one of the others on this list tweeted it. There are 6 running backs in NFL history with 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons running the football. James Cook is at 1. 1. You can't get to 8 in a row without 1. Anyway,
right.
Who are the 6, well, the other 5, because I told you Thurman's one of them. 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons rushing.
Derrick Henry.
No.
Oh. Really?
Josh, Owen has all the answers. Sorry, Owen. Owen has the answers. Put them on the screen.
Is there a specific time frame for this?
Or
is it all time?
All time.
Okay.
8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. If you want to give you the first year that it started, no one earlier than 1989. That is year 1.
Wow.
The furthest one back.
Okay. Marshall Faulk.
No.
Edgerrin James.
No.
Boy.
It's a rough start. We'll go ahead and edit. We'll edit this part of the show out.
Owen's just over there laughing.
We're on delay. We'll delete this part.
Yes, we're on tape delay.
You know what I'm going to do? We're going to turn this into beat the chat and see if the chat can get the answers before you. Because they'll give us the answers here. 6 running backs in history to rush for 1,000 yards in 8 straight seasons. Thurman Thomas is 1.
Why is this as difficult as...
I don't know.
Eric Dickerson.
No. but one of these answers is unbelievably.
Emmett Smith?
Thank you.
Okay. Nice.
Is there a feeling of shame?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. As long as you know.
I'm not sure why Emmett didn't immediately come to mind, but
The chat has Emmett Smith. They had it before you. Who else? 4 more.
Adrian Peterson.
No.
How is an AP?
Dalvin Cook?
No.
Dalvin Cook. He's even played in the league for 8 years.
Well, I don't know. You just got to throw out big names at this point.
Okay.
We're grasping at straws here.
What about Walter Payton?
No. Here I thought this would be a good exercise.
All right.
I mean, again.
Curtis Martin.
Yes.
Woohoo!
10.
10 straight.
10 straight. He's in the Hall of Fame. That's a guy I thought should not have been in the Hall of Fame because I thought it was a compiler. Sorry. Anyway, Curtis Martin, correct. Emmett, 11. Curtis, 10. 3 more.
Barry Sanders.
Yes.
Frank Gore?
No. Barry Sanders, 10 in a row. 10 1,000-yard seasons in a row. That's correct. You have 2 left.
LT?
Correct.
Okay.
LaDainian Tomlinson, 8. The only one missing is the
89.
individual that tweeted this. And it probably makes sense because you would not know this guy is in this club unless he said, basically, shout out the other running backs in this club. So Thurman retweeted this guy's tweet of it. He's a guy you might have forgotten existed. And after this stat, I might want to ask if he should be in the Hall of Fame. From 2005 to 2012, 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. Fantasy stud. He was fun to watch. Big back.
Steven Jackson?
Yes.
Okay.
Big, fun back.
He was a big back.
Yeah.
The dreads.
Yep. Steven Jackson, 8 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons.
I pulled it together.
I mean, you and the Sabres, both. Did you get 13 in a row wrong?
If I just didn't get those 13 straight wrong.
You pulled it together all right. You sure did.
At the perfect time.
All right, there's your instant trivia for you for the day. Joe Marino coming up top of the hour. Our Wednesday visit. We'll chat Bills, some draft stuff. He and Kyle Krabs just did their mock draft at the NFL Locked On NFL Scouting podcast. We're going to get to the names around the Bills, who they ultimately went with, and start to kind of lock in on some names that not only are going to be around 30, but who are the names in the 20s, early 20s we could see them jump for? Who are the jumps worthy of? We'll get to that with Joe Marino, among other things. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
That's 891 goals for Alexander Ovechkin. He's 4 from Wayne Gretzky's record.
Alexander Ovechkin scores again. The chase continues. Check their schedule. Like, how many games are going to be on? Well, the NHL, they're in Carolina tomorrow, Chicago on Friday, Sunday, the Islanders, and then finishing up the season at Pittsburgh. You could do it.
They're in Carolina?
They're in Carolina for their next game, yes.
When was the last time they won in Carolina?
They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 8 games left.
Okay.
For four goals here. Was it about Carolina? Was the question?
Oh, I was talking about Sabres.
Oh.
When was the last time they won in Carolina?
2017, was it? It was a long time.
I think it's longer.
I forgot. It was a long time ago. At Carolina, home Chicago, at the Islanders, home Carolina, at Columbus. There's a bunch of home and homes. Interesting. Anyway, we'll see. Ovechkin, 4 away. Very exciting. Jeremy and Nate, good morning. 803-0550, Joe Marino on the other side. One quick thing I wanted to mention about a rule change that did not go through in the NFL. So the Lions had that proposal about holding should not be an automatic first down. And I'd seen a little bit of a suggestion that a happy medium, like what if we did it where if you hold short of the sticks, that's a spot foul, and if it's past the sticks, then that's a first down. And I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, it's too much.
Because
I don't want any more. I don't want to put any more on these referees.
It's not even just that. Think about the Bills' offense. That would mean if it's 3rd and 7, that
people would just start holding the Bills.
You can hold Khalil Shakir coming off the line because like he's not past the line.
Yeah.
We run a yak offense now.
Yeah.
My offense is built on throwing to guys on the run. You know, it's a little bit like the why do you throw it short of the sticks on 3rd and 9? Well, the answer is because that's where I can make the catch, and then I'll try to run past the sticks. So I don't want to find some happy medium where you're differentiating between holding sometimes is a first down and sometimes isn't a first down. I think it's fine the way that it is. It's punitive for defensive backs, but the reason it's that punitive is that it makes their job hard and kind of leads the passing game to be what it is today. If you can make a calculated decision to take a penalty, I feel like that's
taking penalties should not be a strategic advantage.
Right. It's a bad look. Like, I'd rather take this penalty.
Yeah, no.
So that didn't go through. And
well, listen, I mean the Lions hold a lot. So their DBs are like make a living of it. So Terran Arnold, their stud young corner, because like more pass interference and holding penalties in the league than anybody else.
Yeah.
So
play physical.
Yeah.
803-0550. The NFL's also debating the decision on whether or not players should play in the Olympics, in the flag football Olympics. The decision will be soon. Plenty of players have expressed an interest in playing.
I don't think they should.
You don't think they should? For which reason?
I've got 2 reasons. Give people that play flag football an opportunity to compete for their country that aren't professional athletes. And would you want to see Josh Allen on a flag football field and accidentally, non-contact injury? Like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thanks. I'm good.
I don't know what to do with it. The decision's in 60 days-ish. That's what Roger Goodell said. Players want to play. It would feel extremely lame to me for Patrick Mahomes to go out there and pass the ball to DK Metcalf with flags on over pick your country here.
The poor Chilean athletes that have to go up against DK Metcalf.
And I know this was where the Dream Team started. They were dominant, and then global basketball grew as a result, and there are more international stars, and the game became more global.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any doubt that the NFL would completely make up the teams, and these players would absolutely dominate. I guess it's a. I'm interested to hear the sides of the story and what they want to do. 803-0550. That's our phone number. Joe Marino, our weekly chat with him of the Locked On Bills podcast and Locked On NFL Scouting podcast on Bills draft needs, names right around 30, tactics they could approach Nate's got a new mock draft with 3 picks. We got Joe's mock draft on the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast, so we'll get to that with our conversation with Joe Marino. It's coming up here on WGR.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline, brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. Buffalo Sabres left Ottawa last night victorious, winning over the Senators by a score of 5-2. Season sweep on the Senators. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod. Sabres back in action in Buffalo on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Voting went down at NFL owners' meetings yesterday. Proposal to ban the tush push was tabled, is expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings in May. The ban reportedly had support of 16 NFL teams, but needed 24 votes to pass. The Lions' proposal for reseeding the playoffs based on records has also been tabled. Two rule changes that did pass. NFL regular season overtime will now have both teams possessing the ball, just like in the playoffs. Overtime period will be 10 minutes. Another change in the kickoffs for a second year in a row. Touchbacks will now go to the 35-yard line. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported last night that it wouldn't be surprising to see Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins end up with the Cleveland Browns. Cousins signed with the Falcons last year at 4 years, $180 million, but was notified earlier this offseason he would likely not be the starter this coming season. The Falcons drafted quarterback Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall in last year's draft as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
But they have to love the quarterback. They love Cam Wharton just like Shedeur Sanders. You don't take them, okay? So you sit there and you say, okay, you're not going to tip your hand because guess what? They're not picking second, guys. They're picking third. And Cleveland's sitting there at 2. We're thinking maybe Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter there passing on the quarterback. But who knows? They can't start saying, we're getting Shedeur Sanders. They don't know what Cleveland's going to do for sure. So you just got to let it play out. We know Cam Ward's probably going 1. Cleveland takes Carter or Hunter, and they're sitting there with Carter or Hunter or Shedeur Sanders. And obviously for me, Carter Hunter have the higher grade. I don't know how they feel about it, but the bottom line is you're in the division with Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott. You better daggone side sure that they are going to think about closing that gap. And Winston, and DeVito aren't closing that gap too much.
Mel Kiper laying out some quarterback conversations at the top of the NFL draft. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Nate's in for Joe this week. Joining us on the Western Hotline to chat some Bills and some draft is Joe Marino for our weekly conversation. He of the Locked On Bills podcast and the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast. Good morning, Mr. Marino. How are you today?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. Hope you guys are as well.
Yeah, I listened to you and Kyle on the NFL Scouting do your mock draft the last couple days. Listen to that, so I'm dialing in. I'm ready for some names here. We're hearing Mel Kiper. It does seem like this next week or two, Joe, is jockeying season, right? Where you may see some crazy risers and some crazy fallers. And Tet McMillan at receiver might have been wide receiver number 1 after Travis Hunter, and now maybe he's sliding to the 20s. And the same is true of quarterbacks. I wonder how this time of year in draft prep kind of strikes you as teams start to, whatever, they're leaking information, protecting information. It's smoke screen season, I guess is the short way to say it.
Yeah, it's that time of year where information starts to come out. You feel like maybe in some ways the outside of the league is catching up with what's going on internally, but then you have to foil that against intentional information going out there. It's time to get into the tape. I think that's what is always the best thing to do is you can hear all this stuff and you can hear narratives about the types of people these guys are, but just go to the tape. You'll find a pretty good understanding of what these players can be.
If this were not a league where quarterback is so tilted to the top, like best players in this draft. Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, is that like an easy 1-2? What's the short list of the best players at the top that are not quarterbacks?
Yeah, I don't think that the best prospects in this draft are quarterbacks, but I do think you'll see them go early because that's just what the NFL does, because you need to have a quarterback. But I think it's pretty clear that the blue chip talent in this draft, Abdul Carter out of Penn State, you got Travis Hunter out of Colorado, and I'd even throw Ashton Genty out of Boise State in that bucket. I think he's a really special talent at running back. And again, we're throwing aside positional value, but want to think about who the legit blue chip players are. Those three guys, to me, are in a class of their own.
When it comes to Genty, what best since Barkley?
Yeah, I think he's in that bucket. When I think elite running back prospects, Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson out of Texas, and then I think Ashton Genty's really kind of cut from the same cloth. And Genty, obviously, maybe not quite as explosive as those players, but he's got such good body control and contact balance, and the way that he's able to really play through contact and get those tough yards, I think is really special. And so, you see the emergence here of, these lead running backs again in the league, and I think Ashton Genty is tailor-made to be a focal point of an NFL offense that's going to give a team something to lean on, maybe not every team gets to have the elite level quarterback. You're trying to round out the rest of your operation, and I think Genty can really be the focal point of a big-time rushing offense.
Joe, when you look at defensive tackle and cornerback in this draft, with the Bills sitting at 30, whether they move up, they move back, let's just, for the sake of conversation, say they stay at 30. How many different variations of players do you expect there to potentially be for the Bills? I think that the mock drafts, for me anyways, and even big boards, I think there is more opinion about slotting the top 5 at both of those positions than I can really maybe use on any other position. Does that play into the Bills' favor if they really like someone, or if they're maybe a team that's very open to any of the top 5 players, is that maybe more ideal for the Bills? It seems like there's a lot of jockeying of positions. Sometimes Kenneth Grant is the 20th pick, sometimes he's the 38th pick, and it just seems like that you could say that about a lot of players at both of those positions.
Yeah, I agree. I think you could talk me into a lot of different players being available. So I think the easiest way to look at the corner conversation is probably by eliminating who's not going to be there. And I think there's only 3 guys that I think for sure won't be there at 30 at corner. And one of them would be Travis Hunter, if that's how you want to classify him. I think Jahdae Barron out of Texas, and I think Will Johnson out of Michigan. I don't think those players are going to get to 30, but any other corner, I think, is a legitimate chance, whether that's Trey Amos out of Ole Miss, Azareye'h Thomas out of Florida State, Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky, Savone Revel from ECU, Darian Porter out of Iowa State. I think the Bills will have an opportunity to decide through several of those options because I do expect them to be available at pick 30. So, you can sit there and I can give you 5 or 6 names, but in the reality, the Bills probably don't like all 5 or 6 of those players. I think the part that's always difficult for me, and I think anybody that's kind of more in the media side of this, is that you don't get to meet these people. You don't really get to talk to people that have been around them to really get a feel for, how they're wired, what their habits are, and that's really what's going to separate these guys. They're all talented. They're all good football players that are talented, that have a baseline level of athleticism. The separating factors are going to be, who they are as people and what they're going to be willing to put into their opportunity. Just like any other job in the world, you can bring in talented people, but when it's time to execute, when it's time to have work ethic and do the right things to be the best version of yourself, what are they going to be like? And I think that's the separating factor. So we could say there's 5 or 6 options, but ultimately I bet you the Bills would only like 1 or 2 of the players we'd even talk about.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills and Locked On NFL Scouting podcast. Joe, I wonder if there is a lesson to be learned, or chalk it up to sometimes stuff happens. They're not in that different a boat they were when they drafted Kaiir Elam, right? They have a corner that they like. They'd probably like to get a young corner too. And I feel like when we're talking about the difference between, well, this guy excels in man or this guy excels in zone, that doesn't always have to be that the guy is only going to be good at one or the other. Sometimes it's based on the system that they played. And I wonder what would you think is different this time? How similar is it? And which way do you think they would start to lean? Because don't we think that they're going to maybe start playing a little more man based on some of their coaching hiring? If we were to say corner is where they're going to go, how do they walk that line? How important is that differentiation between how a corner would excel?
Well, I think that's a fair call out, and I think the options, the depth of the class, I think is different this year, where going back to 2022, it was Stingley, Gardner, McDuffie, and then you kind of had Kyer Elam was like the next guy, and there really hasn't been too many hits outside of that. I mean, Roger McCreary's more of a slot when you go back to that class. Kyler Gordon, more of a slot. Andrew Booth hasn't turned into anything. Cam Taylor-Britt's been high variance, and so like the talent cliff was really different to me in 2022 compared to what this class offers. But then I do think it's fair to point out that there's a lot of mystery to exactly what the Bills are looking for. I think they've had a prototype in the past, but I think Kyer Elam went against that prototype. And it's funny, we listened to, was it McDermott or Bean, maybe both of them at the owners' meetings, talking about how the importance of tackling at corner. Well, Kyer Elam, that wasn't him at Florida. He wasn't a big-time tackler, physical guy that wanted to, defend the run. So I thought that was kind of interesting that they said that. And then Kyer Elam kind of definitely doesn't check that box in terms of what he was at Florida. I thought he got a lot better at it in the NFL, but certainly not anything anyone would say is a major strength of his. And so I think I'm a little confused right now as to predicting the exact type of corner that the Bills would want to have. I think the good news is I don't know that a lot of these players that we're talking about in that range at pick 30 are scheme specific, where, you think of a guy like Rasul Douglas and he's only ever going to be a zone corner. Like, I don't feel that way about any of these options that we're talking about. And so I think the versatility of the group, the depth of the group should open the Bills up to having a good opportunity to get a guy they like at pick 30 at corner if that's the direction they want to go.
Is it more clear the fit that they need at defensive tackle?
I think so, yeah. I think what's absolutely missing is someone to platoon with Daquan Jones, who's 32. Last year of his deal, I thought we saw some age on him last year. So you need a running mate and you need a successor, and I think you can get that in the same thing. A player that this year platoons with him and takes some snaps, but then is groomed to be the primary option next to Ed Oliver in the A gaps. So yeah, I think that's more of a defined situation. Unless the Bills are willing to kind of adjust and evolve with the types of players they want at certain positions. We've seen that happen at receiver for the Bills. It's happened at linebacker. It's happened along the offensive line, where even at running back, where I think their prototypes have changed. At edge rusher, it's changed across this 8 years now that we've witnessed Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane running this operation. So in a traditional sense, I would think so, unless there is that desire to shift. We saw it with Tremaine Edmonds. They let him go, and they said, we want 2 matchup linebackers now. Okay. Well, if you could tell me exactly what their plan is, I could probably tell you exactly which players would make the most sense. So I think it's a nose tackle, but maybe the Bills suddenly want to have 2 penetration-style players next to each other. So there's been a lot of evolution, and I wonder if some of that applies to the defensive tackle spot as well.
I don't know if it was Matt Beauvais. Someone asked McDermott about like the prototype, like the style or the size of a player. This is not a team, since Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane have been here, that really go after that like 340-pounder, that really big run-stuffing 2-gap defender. And I think what's unique about this draft at defensive tackle, Joe, especially at the top, where the Bills are going to be, I think, in prime position to take a guy. There are guys, I think there are more tweeners, guys that have position flexibility, can play 3, can play the 1 technique, that are right around 300 pounds. To you, would you just maybe lean to, they're going to go with a guy at that tweener spot where, hey, he's going to, be a platoon guy at the 1 tech, and maybe that's really where he ends up playing a majority of his time, but we appreciate that position flexibility, because you look across the defensive line, and that is the flexibility and position flexibility is highly important, and I just wonder if they look at, if they're going to change something about their ideology, do you think it's that they might want a more of a 2-gap defender, a run stuffer that maybe doesn't have the high-end pass rush ability, but gives them a true anchor, which I do think, Joe, I think they were second last in the league last year giving up touchdowns against 12 personnel. If they want to keep Taron Johnson on the field, to me, I think they have to maybe not dramatically change what they want at the 1-tech, but I think a change of some sort is in order.
I tend to agree. I think sometimes there's a misconception that just being large means you're a good run defender.
Yeah, right.
Jordan Phillips is large. Fern and Butler are large. Those are 330, 340-pound dudes. They can't play the run to save their life. So there's a misconception that there's a correlation between size and run defense. I don't think that's true. I do think that the Bills could use some more mass at defensive tackle, but it doesn't have to be just a guy that's going to clog space and not be able to move, because the reality is the most important thing that you can do as a defensive tackle is affect the quarterback, and the Bills' defenses play up the field and have athleticism. So, I think there's some conversation worth having there, but you're talking about just getting a run-stuffing guy that's going to eat space and keep the second level clean. That can't be in the conversation at pick 30. There has to be some havoc-wreaking upside there as well, as opposed to a guy that's just going to be the plug against the run. So I do think that there's some room to have a shift and bring in that type of skill set. But I think the main thing still has to be the main thing, and it's what type of havoc you can wreak, particularly in this up-the-field penetration-style defense.
Joe Marino, Locked On NFL Scouting Podcast. So you and Kyle Krabs did your mock draft. The Bills in that mock draft, everyone go download it, listen to it. He was on the Bills picks. You guys did odds and evens. And Derek Harmon's a name we've heard quite a bit. Is that a run to the podium pick? I guess I want to get your run to the podium picks, or another way to say that would be Brandon Beane's going to trade up 2 spots if this guy's still on the board, because we know he does that quite a bit, right? That guy's there. Yeah. I'm going to move my 2 to 3 spots. A short list of the 2 to 3 spot Brandon Beane zone.
Yeah, I thought Kyle did a good job with that pick of Derek Harmon out of Oregon. I think it's a very clean projection of the Bills' defense in terms of a 1-tech that can play multiple gaps, can defend the run, but gives you some up-the-field ability. I think at defensive tackle, the sprint to the podium players would be Kenneth Grant, D-tackle out of Michigan, and Derek Harmon, the D-tackle out of Oregon. And Kenneth Grant is that 330-pound dude, but that dude has range. His lateral mobility is really, really outstanding, and I think there's some unrealized pass rush upside with him as well. I think he's cut from the nose tackle cloth that you would say, Dexter Lawrence type player, in my opinion, where a DJ Reader type player, those types of guys, Javon Hargrave before, he kind of fell off the last few years. That's the type of nose tackle I think the Bills should be interested in. I think you would get that in either Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon. So at D tackle, those are sprint to the podium guys. I think the depth of the corner group probably doesn't. I mean, Jahdae Barron, if he's there, I don't think he touches that spot. That would be a sprint to the podium guy. And at edge, I think the depth of the edge class kind of pushes me away from that as well. And I think edge is a primary need, but I think it's a secondary primary need to what holes the Bills have to fill at corner and D tackle. So Kenneth Grant and Derek Harmon would really be the 2 somewhat realistic guys that, if they're available, figure out a way to get that done.
And I'm glad you brought up edge, because that's what I was going to get with you on, the 2 picks in the second round, Joe. There's some risers. I know Mike Green is a name from Marshall. He's been rising, tested really well. Is there kind of a fit or a name that you really like at either 56 or 62 at the edge position that, because in the second round, Joe, you're going to try to find a guy with tools that maybe has that higher floor. I don't know how many super high ceiling guys there will be at either of those second round picks, but what name or group of names do you really look at as man, I think he's a great scheme fit for the Bills, and this is a guy with maybe a little bit of a higher ceiling than you would maybe expect a defensive end or edge player to have in the second round?
Yeah, and Nate, I really think that there's going to be some really attractive guys there, even with that second round pick, that can fill in on this edge position group, where Landon Jackson, perhaps out of Arkansas, if he gets there, that'd be a really good draft choice. I really like this Ohio State edge, JT Tuimoloau. I think he's a really clean fit to the Bills' defense. A lot of athleticism to go with a power component to his game as well, and I think Baron Sorrell out of Texas really makes sense to me as a clean projection. And then I think the swing guy is Olu Oladejo out of UCLA, who actually played stack linebacker up until week 3 of this season, and then he made the switch to edge rusher. And we saw that happen. Abdul Carter did that, and he's going to be a top 3 pick. He's an unbelievable prospect. Jalen Walker out of Georgia, kind of a hybrid player. And now this guy, Olu Oladejo, who's got size, who's got a lot of athleticism, and I think he's got a dense build that helps him hold up pretty well. I think that's like the swing bet on traits, bet on upside guy that you might think about there at the end of the second round. So that's kind of a pocket of guys, and I'd expect a couple of them to be available. So I think the Bills can probably wait on that edge rusher, unless just something crazy happens and you got to you get a Shamar Stewart or something like that available at pick 30, and then you'd have to turn in that card for sure.
Joe Marino, you're mentioning like some guys. Sorry, we have to do it. This guy's here. Maybe you don't expect that. Two questions. I want to go back to that one in a minute, though. Could linebacker sneak in here, you think, anywhere in the first 3 picks?
I'd have a hard time with it. I mean, even with Milano being an expiring contract, Dorian Williams would be the last year of his rookie deal in 2026, and I thought he made such a big jump year over year from his rookie year to his sophomore season where, you saw both Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard in year one kind of have some struggles in the Bills' defense, and I think you got a guy with 3 years of time on task in the scheme. I'd probably want to give him an opportunity in 2026 to be the running mate to Terrell Bernard. So then you're really just talking about a depth player. I think the Bills should draft a linebacker, but to me that's more of a day 3 conversation.
And finally, I made it this far without asking about a receiver.
I'm
but I just want
shocked.
to, as you're doing the mock, last night with Kyle Krebs, as I'm listening, I wonder if there's any one of those, just like you mentioned about Shamar Stewart, like, is there listen, we're going to address the defense and give a lot, but this guy's here. We can't not take this player. Do you have a receiver that fits that description?
Yeah, it's 100% Matthew Golden out of Texas. If he's at pick 30, there's just no way you could be upset with that selection because I think he's exactly the type of receiver that the Bills need, a legit field stretcher, like the best vertical threat in this class. And that's not just because he ran 4.29. I almost wish he ran a 4.31 so that people could stop talking about 4.2 receivers and production. It's like so silly to me.
Because there seems to be a little bit of he doesn't play that speed on tape. Would you agree with that? That he's not the craziest burner, but it's good enough?
Good, because that's the whole narrative. When guys are fast, they can't control their speed. I'm glad that he can run that fast, and people don't think he can. Look at him separate. The way that he can separate, that's what's most important to me is how that speed translates to the field. And this guy runs away from coverage. He's a dynamic route runner that can get down the field, and I think that speed element is exactly what this Bills offense is kind of missing. So that would be the let's break the plan because Matthew Golden's there at pick 30. I think he'd be exactly the type of receiver this offense needs.
And last thing, this is a James Cook question, Joe. The Bean this week said, we're on to the draft. There's no reason we can't talk next year. And, as much as Brandon Bean's not negotiating in the media, he's sending messages. And the next part of this is, what do the Bills do in the draft? Because a pick of a running back somewhere would not be crazy, whether that's special teams or depth or whatever. Could you at all justify a running back with one of those second-round picks? I don't want to listen to it for a second, but I feel like people keep telling me to keep my mind open to it because the class is that good in that department. Yeah. And if they're not planning to pay Cook, then they could definitely do it.
I'd much rather the Bills draft I think they would want to get a big playback, right? I think that's the best thing that James Cook has given this offense is that ability to hit the home run. And so, if you could get a Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn or an R.J. Harvey out of UCF, I think you would get a guy that has that type of ability, and you can do it on day 3. If the Bills draft a running back on day 2, that better come with a James Cook trade. That needs to go hand in hand because – I'm all about getting ahead of needs. The one need you don't have to get ahead of is running back.
Yep.
So that's what I would hope to see is a trade, and then then you use that capital to get reset the money at the position basically.
Yep. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast and Locked On NFL Scouting podcast as well. Get those where you get your podcasts. Become a regular. I am. Joe, thanks. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Joe Marino. Also sign up for his text club as well. I'm in the Joe Marino text club. I get all my updates. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I'm glad he said that about running back. I just feel like every time I turn around, someone's telling me, what about running back? And
don't fall for it. It is an every year thing. And I'm just happy we've evolved as a society past. Could the Bills take a running back at 30?
That's only because James Cook, and wait until next year when he's not signed.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. I like it. All that all sounds good. Matthew Golden, that sounds good.
Schedule rumor.
Yeah, I saw. A team is going to Brazil. Can they stay there?
Forever?
That's what I want. It's the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs, the schedule rumors, the Chiefs and Chargers in Brazil. Who would lose the home game? Let me check real quick. It's the Chargers, right. Yeah. Interesting. Not going to lose a game at Arrowhead. Can't lose one of those. I got to watch my 12 Arrowhead games a year. Yeah, schedule rumor. Brazil, Chiefs and Chargers. 803-0550 to join us. Sal, when we get back, we'll wrap the owners' meetings. He's back in town after covering the owners' meetings. We had our rules changes. We'll talk a bit about special teams and how big a change what has just gone in on the kickoff really is, among other things. You can give us a ring, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in here on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Buffalo Sabres leave Ottawa last night victorious, winning over the Senators 5-2. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod. Sabres are back in action in Buffalo on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Voting yesterday in the NFL owners' meetings. 2 rule changes did pass. NFL regular season overtime will now allow both teams to possess the ball. The overtime period will remain 10 minutes. And another change to the kickoffs for a second year in a row. Touchbacks will now go to the 35-yard line. 2 rule changes that did not pass but were tabled. The proposal to ban the tush push tabled and is expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings in May. The ban reportedly had the support of 16 NFL teams but needed 24 votes to pass. The Lions' proposal for reseeding the playoffs based on records has also been tabled. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year. It's Sal Capacio.
Sal Capacio. Sal Capacio. Sal Capacio. Sal Capacio. Sal Capacio. Sal Capacio. Sal Capacio.
On WGR.
Sal Capacio joining us. He's back from NFL owners' meetings. WGR's coverage of the owners' meetings live from Florida with Sal was brought to you by Window Nations. Perfect fit for your home and wallet. Visit windownation.com. He's back in town. And mini golf. There was mini golf. The league cocktail party. I saw our buddy Mr. Perino said best night of the year is the league cocktail party. Sal, I mean, we joked at the Combine 30 for 30 on that one, was that one place, the bar, the hotel bar where Jordan Schultz.
Oh, yeah, the High Velocity.
Yes, Hard Knocks High Velocity.
Way different than High Velocity, for sure.
Okay, what's the difference between the league meeting and the High Velocity meeting?
High Velocity is a late night, just impromptu gathering of people who go down and hang out at a bar, and it's just I want to talk to this person and that person, and it's people having fun. And not that you don't have fun at the cocktail party; it's the annual reception. This is to the nines, totally done up. You need a credential to get in, whether it's with a league, a team, or media. A lot of the coaches, GMs, league execs, they bring their wives and spouses. Everybody is really the food is amazing. Like, there's no free food at High Velocity. This is free food. We're talking everything from sushi and steak and whatever else. Free drinks, alcohol all night long, and the people. Serena Williams was there. Caitlin Clark was there. Guy Fieri was there. All these people were at this place that we were at, and we're all hanging out together with us.
Yeah, well, Guy Fieri, huh? Not bad. A who's who?
Yeah, Bove took a nice picture with him and Guy Fieri.
I saw. All right, Sal, so you're back from owners' meetings. We saw some voting on rules proposals. Some things went through. The biggest change, obviously, is the special teams and the kickoff, which, the teams had seen this coming, right? That's why we started to see movement in special teams departments. It kind of... It's a slow boil, as they say, Sal. Like the touchback used to be at the 20, then the 25, and then the 30, now the 35-yard line for touchbacks. And that strikes me as now, Nate and I were joking about it during a break, if you're a kicker, you're like hitting into a green and you don't want to miss long. A touchback is a big penalty now. So to me, the dynamic kickoff is a part of it, but just the actual act of kicking the ball into the air and where you're going to land it, that is a massive change in the NFL.
Yeah, for sure. I think more than anything, Jeremy, there's been a lot of kind of confusion from a lot of people on why they're doing this, right? And there's a few different elements to it. Yes, the league wants more kick returns. It's a more exciting play for the league. They want more returns. They want more action. They also want to reduce injuries, which is why you have the landing zone and why you have the setup where it is. And that's why they've gone to a lot of these, types of formations, this different type of formation on the kickoff. What the league tried to do last year was say, okay, they brought all these different people together, special teams coaches. How can we get more returns to be more exciting, but reduce the injuries. Because the way it used to be, if you have returns, these guys flying full speed down the field 60 yards away, that's what was causing a lot of injuries. That's why they created the setup zone, and where you can only be a certain amount of yards apart. You have to wait till the guy catches it and all of that. Okay, that worked out for the league. The league data says concussion rate on a kickoff was way down, but it's now similar to a regular scrimmage play, which is what they were striving for. Okay, now that being said, even though they had a pretty good uptick in returns, they want more because they feel that they're on the right track, and they want even more returns because teams, especially towards the end of the year, were more willing to just bomb it out of the end zone and say, okay, start at the 30-yard line. Well, guess what? We want to see more returns. So what do? Let's move it to the 35. That'll really be penal if you kick it through the end zone. So we'll get the same effect of the returns. We're going to have less injuries. We see this happening. And teams aren't going to be as willing to kick a touchback because you start right at the 35. The other thing that Darren Rizzi said, I talked with him. He's a special teams coordinator who's a part of the competition committee with all of this. He gave a really good answer that I didn't think about. And he said, the other thing that's happening is because you're moving the touchback up, they have decreased punts. And he said punts actually have more injuries than kickoffs. And because teams are closer and they're now either kicking field goals or going for it more because they get closer to midfield or whatever, not only they increase kickoffs, they've decreased the punt play. There's so much here actually with all of this.
Sal, this is the one thing too I'll say about the league is if it doesn't work, they'll change it next year. And I think that's the one thing the NFL has started doing more of, which is, hey, there was talk about a kickoff change, and then they've changed the kickoff, and it's been better. And, like the formations, and they wanted to ban the wedge, and it's been, so they're doing these things and trying things, which I might want to say, Sal, that like 15, 20 years ago, this is a league that really didn't want to resisted any change whatsoever anywhere. Yep. So at least now you're seeing changes being talked about, being implemented. And a couple of years ago, they said, well, we need to be able to review pass interferences. And then they did it, and they didn't like it, and they overturned it. So I guess for people that are like, what is this going to do? If it doesn't work, they'll just change it back.
It's a great point, Nate. I think the league has been much more willing, as you said, to kind of do these things where they have been always kind of stuck in their own way. I mean, it took until the 90s to get to the 2-point conversion, right? I mean, and then they finally did it. And, we can't change this, we can't change that. Once they started changing, moving the extra points back and playing with these kinds of things, they said, okay, we're not killing the game. Okay, we can do this. So really good point on that. I'm going to get back to that in a second. A little nugget here, too, about the kickoffs. Interesting. So I asked Darren Rizzi, I said, what about just moving the kicker back? If you want this, right? Well, what about just moving the kicker back? You know what he said? It was really interesting. He said, listen, they had a big discussion about that. But what happens is, Jeremy, this goes to your point about the kickers and what they're doing. He said, even though every kicker could still, from the 30-yard line, just kick it into the end zone, they're all strong enough. He said, there's a feeling that it would be disadvantageous to colder weather teams because the kickers have less control in colder weather to be able to land it in the landing zone where they want to. And that's why they don't just move the kicker back because, they could just kick it through the end zone. They don't want to do that. So those kickers in colder weather cities and playing colder weather games, they're going to be a little bit more of a disadvantage as the season goes on to do something like that. I thought that was really interesting. He said the UFL is doing that, but they play in the spring. They're not going to have these weather issues. All right, that's right. Nate, to your point, this goes to the other rule. Rich McKay actually said one of the mistakes they made, I think that was actually a word he used, was waiting too long to get away from sudden death overtime. Yeah. So that goes to your point about once they finally did that, now we've seen all these changes.
Right. Yeah, I'm thinking about the slow burn of the touchback is the slow burn of the overtime change. First is both. Now, okay, we're going to adopt the whole thing from the playoffs where both teams are going to have it. Although the 10-minute time stamp is that's one thing that's different about the regular season that, if you get the ball first, and that might be a part of this, in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and the Niners, there's big debate. Do you want the ball first or second? In this scenario, you might say first because you have time. There's no rush, not worried about it. Hey, it took us 8 minutes and 12 seconds and we got our touchdown. And this next team, now we have dictated the kind of drive they will have to get a touchdown. So it's an interesting part of it that the second possession will not have the same advantages. I mean, then again, maybe you might like to have a 2-minute drill kind of offense. So that's a little wrinkle that's different.
Yeah, for sure. So that's what's going to happen. Just so everybody knows that they're moving the regular season to the overtime playoff in the overtime format in the playoffs, which is no matter if you score a touchdown or not, the other team's going to get the chance to possess it. However, as Jeremy just pointed out, if you go the entire 10 minutes and you just kick a walk-off field goal, game's over. The other team doesn't get a chance.
Yep.
So I think winning the coin toss is even more is imperative still in overtime.
Sal Capacio joining us. We also got the Hawkeye technology for measuring first downs, which at every single opportunity I'm given, I will say, no, it's not a chip in the football measuring.
Nope,
it's not.
right.
It's not going to change what happened to Josh Allen on that fourth down quarterback sneak.
That's right.
These things are not changing, despite every Chiefs fan pretending that something has been swung in the favor of Josh Allen and the Bills. It's just. Did they get a first down? Zap it. Yes. That's it. But the officials still placed the ball. So it will be faster, Sal, I guess, right? That's what they're looking for, is to kind of speed things up.
Yeah, listen, I'll even go a step further. You're 100% right, everything you said, Jeremy. We're really not going to do anything different. Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen the chains come out in a long time because, I mean, we have, but very rarely, because they look and they go, oh, yeah, it's a first down. We've even seen Hawkeye call down and say, by the way, that wasn't a first down. Go move the chains back. Remember that?
Yep.
Like, we've seen that a few times. So they're really not going to change much here. It's just a way for the league to say we're refining and getting better at it as we go and using this technology.
Yeah. I continue to be a little bit frustrated by the way that everybody seems to be selling it. Oh, it's a new era. Sure it is.
No.
It's not that. It's just not that different. So anyway, all right, Sal. Well,
Tush push.
We
Real
see
quick.
There's a report that it's 16-16. That this is a coin toss right now, and now what? You need eight more votes to ban it. And I heard you get into this really well about how it really comes down to language, maybe.
Yeah, I think so, too. So what's going to happen is there's another owners' meetings in May. That's a little different. There's no cocktail party that I'm going to go to for that one, guys. That's a little more low-key. But they will get together, and there will be a competition committee kind of bringing some stuff up. They'll talk through this. I don't even know if you'll get to a vote on Tush Push. I think it's here to stay this year again. But there's going to be some more refining of this. Language is very, very important here. From what I understand, there's some people who are raising the concern of the language, saying, well, immediately after the push. Well, do the Bills go immediately after the push, for example? Josh goes to the left. Is that immediately after? There's some language stuff in there that I think they need to work through. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, look, I will tell you for sure that it was brought up in the room, in the competition committee, by somebody that maybe the league, and this is my stance, actually. I like this. I'm glad someone brought this up. Maybe the league should go back to the rule from pre-2004, which is literally there was a rule on the books that said you can't pull or push anywhere on the field. They eliminated that. You know why? Rich McKay said because it was too tough on officials to see what was going on down the field in the pile, basically, when that happens. But you guys see it. He's kind of stopped. People run in from down the field. They push. There was a rule 21, 22 years ago, that said you can't pull or push anywhere in the field. They got rid of that, which is kind of why the Tush Push started, because there was no rule against it. Hey, I'm here for that. I'm here for doing that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's funny. Like, that's why they got rid of it, is because it's just difficult on the officials. All right.
Yeah, and then real quickly, some schedule stuff. I read a report this morning that the Chiefs have requested, according to a source at The Athletic who wrote this, Nate Taylor wrote the story, to be a fixture on Christmas Day going forward, much like the Lions are on Thanksgiving.
Wow.
And I think that's wild, because I'm like, man, Christmas Day to play. Like, if you're on the road, they were last year. That's Christmas Eve away from your family, Christmas morning away from your family, whatever. They want to do that. And let's remember, the Chiefs are at the Bills this year, and the Bills are the Hallmark movie this year.
Okay.
I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. One thing I wonder about it, Sal, if it was a Wednesday, maybe they see it as we'll take a short week for a really long break right before the playoffs, because that's what they did get. But the next few years, this year Christmas is Thursday, then Friday, Saturday. The next few years, we've got like 5 straight years of triple headers on Christmas. So there'll be a lot of fixtures there, and I guess the Chiefs want it. All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capacio joining us on the Worcester Hotline, wrapping up owners' meetings. We
can go right at 10 again, Josh.
Worst Call Wednesday is coming up, where, it was April Fool's Day, and did you get got? You out there, did you get got? Because I know someone that got got.
Broadcast.
Call Wednesday. Speaking of Roswell, join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th, once you join our team, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Worst Call Wednesday, that's brought to you by Roswell Park as well. One of the worst calls you can make is skipping your recommended cancer screening. To learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines, visit roswellpark.org/screening. So here's the worst call of the week. It was April Fool's yesterday. Owen, did you get got? No, he says he did not get got. Josh, you got, but your girlfriend put salt in your coffee. You didn't believe something that was fake. You're good?
No,
Nobody fooled you.
Yeah.
Nate, what happened to you, Nate?
I got.
Nate got. And I almost got by association.
You did.
But that was only because you were telling me something. So if you're a golfer out there are these lab putters.
Everyone's going nuts on the lab putters.
Space age, super expensive putter. Everybody wants a lab putter. And there's a link, Labs coming out with a driver. And Nate clicked on this thing so fast. Finger through the keyboard.
I was like, center, the shaft is in the center. I'm like, I've never seen anything like this.
It looks like a croquet mallet. And this dude, he's like, true or false? You were 2 clicks away from buying that driver.
The best part is, I sent it to you, and like after sending it to you, I was like, "This is a joke, though. It's a joke. I just wanted to show you."
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, you're ready to buy that driver. The shaft is in the middle of the face.
It's got to.
You can't miss the fairway. This thing has got to be space age. That driver is your worst call of the week. I might have half been got too, because you're like, well, if they make the space age putter, they probably figured the rest of it out. All right. 803-0550. We're open next segment. Got plenty to get to. Joe Yurden joins us on the Sabres win in Ottawa at 9:30. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe this week here on WGR.
More of Joe. Hotline.
Lindy Ruff joining us on the West Her Hotline.
The insiders call the West Her Hotline.
Joining us now on the West Her Hotline is Sabres General Manager Kevin Adams.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. The Buffalo Sabres left Ottawa last night victorious, winning over the Senators by a score of 5-2. That means the Sabres sweep the Senators in their season series. Goals were scored by Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Alex Tuch, Peyton Krebs, and Ryan McLeod. Sabres are back in action in Buffalo on Saturday at 7 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Voting went down yesterday at the NFL owners' meetings. Proposal to ban the tush push was tabled at this time. It's expected to be revisited at the next owners' meetings in May. The ban reportedly had the support of 16 teams, but needed 24 votes to pass. The Lions' proposal for reseeding based on playoff records has also been tabled. Two rule changes that did pass. The NFL regular season overtime will now allow both teams to possess the ball. The overtime period will remain 10 minutes. It was discussed to change to 15, but will remain 10. Another change in kickoffs for a second year in a row. Touchbacks will now go to the 35-yard line. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reported yesterday evening that it wouldn't be a surprise to see Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins end up with the Cleveland Browns. Cousins signed with the Falcons last year on a 4-year, $180 million deal, but was notified earlier this offseason that he would likely not be the starter coming into this season. The Falcons drafted quarterback Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall in last year's draft. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And you, music lover, you're next.
Drunk piano player. You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. In fact, you're probably seeing double.
I have two guns, one for each of you.
Val Kilmer passes away. That's, of course, Doc Holliday. I guess I should see The Doors. He also played Jim Morrison on The Doors. I have not seen The Doors.
I haven't either. That might be the first Val Kilmer movie I get reacquainted with myself. Yeah. I like Jim Morrison. I like The Doors.
Well, Tombstone is incredible.
I already have plans to watch it for the first time today.
Tombstone?
Yep.
Oh, all right,
get
good.
home.
Will you give us your report tomorrow?
Sure.
It's a great movie. Great movie. You're going to, 5 times, you're going to see someone say, oh, that person's in this movie, and not know their name. But like, that guy? Sam Elliott, I think is one of the guys. And
even the guy in that scene right there, not obviously Val Kilmer, the other guy, I recognize him from other movies, but I don't know who he is.
Might be Sam Elliott. I don't know.
No, it wasn't Sam Elliott.
It's what's the one guy's name? Yeah, everybody's in Tombstone.
What's the one guy's name?
Kurt Russell, of course.
Yeah.
You see Kurt Russell. Yeah.
Should we look at the cast?
I'm going to get the name of the guy that you're thinking of. The guy that you're thinking of is not Bill Paxton, who's also in it. Billy Bob Thornton's also in it. Powers Booth is who you're thinking of, maybe. Maybe not. Powers Booth, you've seen a lot of different things. Yeah.
Billy Zane?
Yeah. Everybody's in Tombstone. Thomas Hayden Church.
That's who it is.
Thomas Hayden Church, okay.
Yep.
Jason Priestley is in Tombstone. You might not know who Jason Priestley is. He was Brandon Walsh in 90210. Okay, anyway. You ever saw 90210?
90210.
Hold on. This is a respect your elders moment. Are you, with a straight face, going to roll your eyes at 90210? Do you know what that show even was?
The OC before the OC.
The OC couldn't hold a candle to 90210. 90210.
It's One Tree Hill for boomers.
Get this man out. Call security. First off, it's definitely not that for boomers. I mean, I'm not close to a
Zoomers.
boomer.
I don't know.
What year are the Zoomers? I don't know. I'm definitely not. I'm not a boomer.
I know. I'm just messing with you. That was good though. One Tree Hill for boomers.
I'm a little short of millennial. I'm one of those people that on Facebook they claim there's like a 4-year stretch, like we're our own generation. Yeah, I'm one of those. 90210. Come on.
What year were you born again?
79.
That would put you as Generation X.
Yeah.
He's an Xer.
But X usually starts around like 80, is what they say.
I'm reading a thing right here that says 65 to 80.
Oh, okay, right at the end of 80.
And then millennials are 81 to 96.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Gen Z, me and Owen, 97 to 2010.
We're covering 3 generations here right now in this show.
We've got some representation on
That's
this
right.
show. You know what I thought of yesterday? So, funny stories. We're talking about ages and generations. For you out there listening, I say this in the nicest way. Like, I'm the old guy on the show now. I'm 45. I turn 46 in a couple months. We're going to need a Gene Steratore kind of. We need an old guy correspondent. Yesterday, was it Tony in South Carolina? Maybe somebody called about watching OJ play.
Yes.
When we're talking about memories in the stadium, we were yesterday at this time. Like, hey, we got to go to our old guy correspondent.
Yeah.
Our old friend correspondent.
We've got to go to our 1960s correspondent.
Even 70s. I mean, I didn't watch the Bills in the 80s. The 90s, early 90s, it's still young. We're going to need an old guy correspondent.
Yeah.
So anytime you call in and say, like, hey, guys, I'm the old guy, like that's great. It's kind of like we're going to Gene Steratore.
It's a lot like that.
You're there as part of the team. Although I wouldn't say that Gene's necessary, and I think in this case I'm making the case that you are. 90210. Man. We used to be a proper country. Will, you know what you should do? Here's another fun game. Josh, would you do this for me? Would you get the trailer for the movie Willow? I mentioned Val Kilmer's. He's Mad Mardigan in Willow, which is a 1988. Did we establish that was 1988? And back then, yes. Back then, one thing that was very different about the world back then, movie trailers.
Like they were better?
They were very different. Movie trailers now are just clips from the movie, blah, blah. Movie trailers used to be narrated by a big movie voice guy.
Yeah.
In a world.
Yes.
A man and right? And I'm pretty sure the Willow trailer is peak movie voice person. He's laughing already. This is the normal movie trailer in 1988.
It was a different time.
See?
It was a time of destiny. A time when a child could tip the balance between good and evil.
Don't you want to see this movie?
I, with my powers, with the strength of my great army, can you not find one little child?
A time for an unlikely hero named Willow.
Yes. There you go.
Gonna let anything happen to the baby.
It's like, you gotta keep that baby. Are you familiar? Are you familiar
in
with
a world?
Listen, that was the normal movie trailer. That's what they all sounded like.
It's like Tropic Thunder.
One man.
Yes, right.
It's just all the time. So anyway,
is the last movie to do that Transformers? Like that's what I think of when I think of big
those kind of movie trailers. I don't know. I mean, it was just totally what you expected from movie trailers. That's what it was. Now, I watch a movie trailer 9 times out of 10. You know what I do when I'm watching a movie trailer? I'll turn it off halfway through because I either don't want to see the movie or I do, and I want to have you stop showing me the movie.
Yeah.
Like, sold. I'm out.
Yeah, it's literally just clips, sometimes not even in the right order of the movie with, like there you get a little sneak peek of some dialogue of the movie, but it's just a guy creating
a world,
the narrative for you.
Right.
Like, I'm going to give you high-level plot without actually exposing any of the details of the movie.
Yes, it's can a child balance the world of good and evil?
Yeah.
Not here's 6 minutes of that happening.
Right.
and including scenes at the end.
I wonder what the Top Gun trailer sounds like.
The original Top Gun trailer? That's a good question. I don't know that. It's probably all about fighter jets and Need for Speed. I bet Need for Speed is I feel the need for speed. It's definitely in there.
You are right, though. I mean, that is...
Do we get the voice guy? Yes. I'm saying yes.
You're getting the montage.
I'm going to send you up against the best. Yes, sir. You two characters are going to Top Gun.
I feel the need.
No.
Need for speed.
5 weeks.
He doesn't talk?
We don't
talk.
We don't get narrator guy for wow.
Well, Top Gun ahead of its time.
With that opening montage, you don't need the narrator.
That's a good point.
That's true. Top Gun ahead of its time.
Opening montage guy. And that was, can we talk about the career of that guy?
The voice guy?
That voice guy?
Oh boy, I'm going to have to find this. There used to be either like a fake short or a movie about that. It might even be called In a World. It really might. That guy they would send him scripts and he would just crank it out.
Who's the original NFL Films voice?
John Facenda.
Okay.
The voice of God.
Yes. They're very. I didn't know his name, but I know the voice. Like if he had his voice out there in the world, I'd be like, oh, that's the NFL Films guy. The movie narrator guy had an unbelievable run, and he was so good. They just said, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to do the narrating over movie trailers anymore. He was so good, the standard was set. No one's matching this. He fundamentally changed movie trailers.
Changed the game. Yeah. The chat's going off on this one quite a bit. They're enjoying this. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. What else? I'm trying to think. I'll tell you this. I do have a good time whenever I get to be the old guy and tell you about a thing you don't know about or haven't seen. I mean, today it's Willow, which I did not wake up knowing we were going to do that, but. Yeah, Willow's great. 90210. You scoff. You scoff at 90210.
It just seems like such a lame thing, 90210, in hindsight.
It was a teen-based soap opera, but I don't know. It wasn't. What am I looking for?
And it's not network television, right?
Fox.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Fox.
Yeah.
90210. Two twins moved to California. They moved in Beverly Hills, 90210. But it's more about just teenage drama. It's a coming of
age.
It's a coming of age show. 90210 is.
So
and adjusting and meeting
as
new
mentioned,
friends.
It is.
And these other movies.
X's version, it's Generation X's version of the OC for millennials.
No, the OC is different. I don't know why. I've never seen.
Yeah, it's coming of age. Guy moves to. I mean, it is.
Yeah. By the way, can you believe that Fox still calls their postgame show the OT? Couldn't they do that off a spoof of the OC?
Did they?
I always thought they did.
Oh.
Anyway.
The OT.
The OC, One Tree Hill. I don't know what these are.
I didn't watch One Tree Hill because I think as a millennial, you have a dividing line. You're either an OC person or you're a One Tree Hill person, which makes you're either an Adam Brody guy or you are a what's his name? Michael Murray?
Chad
Michael Murray. Buffalo. I feel like I maybe should have known that. So you're either you pick one side. I don't know that there's a lot of people that were like, I've watched both shows and like both shows.
Gabe writes in on the chat, why does Fox Sports still use the robot transformer thing? Yes.
That's like an old thing.
His name is Cletus.
I didn't know he had a name.
He's on Twitter.
He's got his own Twitter.
There's a Cletus NFL Fox robot account, Cletus. Yeah.
Of all the things that I thought you guys were going to talk about.
Look it up right now. The Fox robot's name is Cletus.
Fox.
Bet you $50 right now.
Football
Cletus.
Robot.
That dude's name is Cletus. He's got a name. He is still spinning footballs around and doing stuff. Yeah. The robot, the Fox Transformer, is still around.
Cletus was designed by the 8-year-old son of Fox Sports Executive Vice President of Graphics. The name Cletus was chosen in 2007 in a fan poll.
course.
Cletus wears number 34 in honor of the late Walter Payton.
Obviously.
So these are just some...
Everybody knows that.
These are just some fun facts about Cletus, the Fox Sports robot. Wait, here's the... There's a Reddit thread. The secret history of Cletus.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, God. The secret...
He has 11,000 followers on Twitter. His last tweet was in 2013.
Okay.
And his last tweet was hashtag Aaron Rodgers can thank one person for his massive contract. Joe, can you believe they paid me that? Flacco. That was his last tweet.
Thanks, Cletus. All right. We need a Cletus origin story movie with the movie guy voice. A young robot. Loved football. Right.
Loved football.
All right. What else we got?
Here's a good one. Once Cletus became self-aware and creating memes online, Fox executives pulled the plug.
He's still He's still on the broadcast.
Yeah, but he's not. Yeah,
they silenced him.
They
wow.
Yeah.
Controversial.
Once he started posting memes, that was it.
Okay.
Cletus, man.
So the Chiefs want to be on Christmas now. They want to be a Christmas fixture. All right, here's the question for everybody. Bills, Chiefs on Christmas? The Bills are playing on Christmas. Let's say we know that.
Mm-hmm.
You get to pick the opponent. Who do you want? Bills, home, Christmas Day. Who do you want? I'll tell you who my last choice is. The Chiefs.
Yeah, I think they would be my last choice.
No.
I'd want it to be a good game and a good opponent.
I don't want it for any other reason than we have definitely, if we weren't in this spot before, we are at who cares who wins the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean.
You were there before last year.
Yep.
The Bills won it this year by 9 points and had the play of the year and still lost to them in the playoffs. Right. And who cares? I'd take Bills Chiefs in week 2 so I could get it out of my mind.
Yep.
I don't want to think about them. I don't want to look at them. I don't want anything to do with them. Bills Chiefs on Christmas strikes me as awful.
Yeah,
the game is still a marquee game and still a good game, but I don't want it on Christmas. Bills Bengals, Bills Eagles, Bills Ravens.
Maybe Bills Ravens. Because you'd get kind of like this might be a playoff preview, and they're starting. Yeah. Bills Ravens,
especially if you do the just the numbering of the schedule. Like, okay, well, here's what I want to do. I'm going to go deep on this. The NFL season will open September 7th for Week 1 Sunday, right? Week 1 is Sunday the 7th because Labor Day happens and the league starts. Is it the find out the opener last year? Where is it in relation to Labor Day?
The opener last year. It's after Labor Day.
NFL opening day is going to be September 4th. Okay.
Oh.
So that means that week 1 is September 7th. What I want to do here is find out what week will Christmas be, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
16?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It would be week 17. Christmas is week 17.
So we're probably talking division.
Those are usually division games in week 18.
Yeah.
And with 17 games, there are 18 weeks.
Do you think, also, let me ask you this question. Do we think that what the Bills did with Bills-Dolphins last year is going to be their new normal moving forward?
Where the Dolphins host late and the Bills host early to avoid.
It's been, I think, 2 straight years.
Right, since that heat stroke year?
Yeah.
Maybe. Week 17, find me a Bills game. This is where you run into some problems if you're the NFL. You almost want to be careful because if we put the Chiefs and the Bills there, both of them might already have their divisions clinched.
And both of them might.
Maybe there's something to play for, maybe not. Second to last game of the season, it's also possible. Put it this way. If this was last year, which the Chiefs, by the way, won on Christmas and then didn't have to play a meaningful game for almost a month.
Yep.
And you might get that scenario again. It's week 17. It was probably week 17 last year.
I think it'll be division. I think it's be division teams.
Well, it wasn't last year. It was Chiefs, Steelers, and Ravens, Texans. Those were interconference, interdivision in the same conference. You could switch over to the NFC, but this could easily be The Bills don't have to be at home. They could be on the road for Christmas.
Yeah.
So if you were going to follow that model in the conference, out of division, your options are Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Houston, Pittsburgh.
Maybe Houston.
Like Bills at Houston.
Yeah.
Houston hosted last year on Christmas Day.
Yep. You've got to imagine who the league's going to want, because Netflix are going to carry the 2 first games, and I think it's Peacock. They're going to...
It's Amazon. It's
Amazon.
Netflix the first 2, and then, Amazon.
Though Netflix is going... If they're spending $1 billion to do this, I want matchups.
Yeah, and you might want Mahomes, or you might want
Allen.
I
don't want Cleveland. I don't want...
Well, here's the Chiefs' home schedule. They want to host on Christmas.
Okay.
The division games, like Denver, the Chargers, the Raiders, Houston, Indy, Philly, Washington, Baltimore, Detroit. That's a good schedule, too.
Yeah, it is. That's got to be their toughest schedule in years.
Yeah, I think the Bills and Chiefs both have really tough home schedules. Their road schedule's not nearly as tough.
Yeah.
Same as the Bills. Interesting. They want to be on Christmas, like the Cowboys and the Lions want to be on Thanksgiving. Yeah. All right. I'm already annoyed at the Bills-Chiefs game. Already annoyed about it.
It's an annoying game. Listen, I tried to say it last year, and I got killed for it.
Well, it mattered for the race to the 1 seed.
It did.
Because it kept it alive, and that was the closest it got. After that, it was pretty much over. When the Bills lost to the Rams, that was it. That really ended it. This year, I don't know. We'll see. They both have tough schedules. Tough home schedules, especially. 803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550.
Eagles-Chiefs.
2550. Eagles-Chiefs on Christmas?
Yeah.
A Super Bowl rematch?
Yeah.
It's just tough to put a game of that magnitude in Week 17 because that late in the game for the great teams, I might not have anything to play for.
Yeah.
Well, it is one of the reasons they keep those division matches. Like Bills Patriots on Christmas Day. Ugh. I don't know. Do I want the Chiefs on Christmas as a fixture? Would I know the difference?
Yeah, right.
They're on every day of my life. Yep. We get to football season, I see Arrowhead Stadium 360 days a year.
Yep.
I know that does make sense, but,
I get it.
I'm rolling.
No.
Trying to. All right. Joe Yurden, when we get back, recap of last night's win, Sabres over the Ottawa Senators. Does it mean anything? What do we take from it? And steps forward from here. We'll chat with Joe Yurden, who was in Ottawa last night. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe this week. Hang with us, 803-0550, and go watch Willow today. Or go just watch 80s movie trailers. They're a ton of fun. We'll get Joe Yurden next here on WGR.
then immediately trying to just shove Chabot away, and he does. Quinn out of the corner, Dahlin with a blast, scores! Rasmus Dahlin from the blue line lets it rip, and he beats Linus Ullmark. And hello again, Ottawa. It is 2-0 Buffalo with 8:09 to go in the opening period.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. Sabres win last night. That's one of your first moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Joining us on the Western Hotline, he was in Ottawa last night, Joe Yerdon of Noted Hockey, a Substack. I am a subscriber, would encourage you to be as well. Joe, good morning.
Morning, Jeremy. How we doing?
I'm all right. I wonder about Ottawa because, they're going to make the playoffs. They're in very, very good shape, but they seem to have a problem beating the Sabres. So, nice little wins for the Sabres here, the last two especially, post-Dylan Cousins trade. They're getting the laugh in the moment. Maybe Cousins gets the overall laugh in going to the postseason. But for whatever reason, Buffalo gets the season sweep and just, I guess, gets the best of the Senators this season.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how things work out like that, isn't it? Because Ottawa's a team that they've had issues with in the past, and those games are always tough and tight, and Brady Tkachuk always plays a big role in that, and he didn't play last night, so that's a big piece missing from a team that's got a lot of other really good players there. Tim Stützle is so talented and very shifty and drives teams nuts because he can sometimes fall down and throw his head back sometimes. Which hey, whatever. It's gamesmanship, so that's fine. But but like last night, Ullmark looked a little bit off. It was one of those performances where I was like, throw everything at the net and see what happens because. We've seen that before in the past with Linus, but yeah, without Tkachuk there, that's a big downgrade for them. And you know what, Buffalo, they didn't get a ton of shots, but the pucks went in, they got the lead, and they held on tight. So it was a good win.
The $1 million question for all this is they've been playing better of late, or at least getting better results, and. I guess that's the first place to start, Joe. Are they playing better, or are they just getting better results?
It's both. And I know, like a lot of times, like the advanced numbers and even sometimes just the raw numbers don't really look sunny to them because they're not getting a lot of shots on goal or whatever. But the puck goes in, and like that's that's the important part is that they're scoring goals, they're creating the opportunities, they're getting into those the hard parts of the ice and making offense happen. Whether it's screening the goalie, crashing in that, doing those kinds of things that we weren't really seeing from them a lot, and especially now that they're putting games away. That's that for half the season, more than half the season. So too many times we watched the opposing team would be down a couple of goals, 3 goals, whatever. If it's Colorado, they're down by 4, and they can come back and win a game. But they the opposing team would score a goal in the third, and the Sabres would kind of collapse in on themselves and get spooked out because of it and lose the game. And we haven't seen that happen lately. Look at these wins they've had against Washington, against Winnipeg, against Vegas, against Ottawa. These were games where they had a lead. Even the other team scores late in the game, and you're like, how's this going to go? And they've held on, and they've played strong, lock it down. Might not be very exciting watching them try to hold down leads and put games away, but they're getting it done, and that's such a big deal for this group. And I know it's frustrating seeing them do it now as opposed to earlier in the season, but watching them put it together now is important. Yeah. I know folks get jaded because they're like, typical Sabres, here they are, winning games at the end of the year, and it doesn't matter anymore. But this group's too young, and learning how to do it is such a important thing for them. You just got to hope that it doesn't get forgotten going into next year.
Yeah, I try not to get jaded because I find myself, Joe, like pulled both ways. That I think they're probably not as bad as they are in the standings, but I also want to be mad that they are where they are in the standings because it's too often that they're down there. And what that really gets at for me here is, what is sustainable? What are they doing that is sustainable? That's whether that's shooting percentage, save percentage. The goalie that's led this last surge is James Reimer. Should I be planning on that in the future? I feel like it would mean a little more to me if this were a UPL-led run or even a Devin Levi-led run, like something that looks like this is going to be part of the future. Jack Quinn falls in line with this, too, like such a throwaway year, and all of a sudden the production is there for him. So it comes down to, for me, sustainability and whether or not the things that they're getting now can be counted on when they come back next year.
Yeah, and I love how Quinn's playing now. I think we can all agree that he's playing extremely well. But it's been such a season-long effort to figure out, to get the confidence back, to figure out what you're doing right, and playing for a new coach. Maybe that has something to do with it. Because I think in Quinn's case, he's playing for his second, third coach already. For some of these guys, it's their second coach, third coach. Some of them, it's their fourth coach. If you're Darlene, it's like your sixth coach by now. So it's such a tough process. Systems and all that stuff, and trying to make the coach happy and doing things like that. But for guys like Quinn, for guys like Peterka, where there were struggles early on, and you're wondering oh, geez, is this guy ever going to figure it out? And you're like, man, what if he doesn't figure it out? What if this is just what he is for the rest of his career? The doom and gloom aspect where you're thinking the worst possible outcome, watching these guys turn it around and play better. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I wish this was here 40 games ago, but I'm glad that it's there now because this is something that I think those guys can carry that forward because they're learning. They're putting it together. They're kind of getting that, getting their, a stiff upper lip and saying this is how I got to play hockey now. This is the way I got to do it. It would be great if more of these things were easily looked at and say okay, this is going to stick and go ahead with this group. But I think when we start doing the postmortems on this season, it's going to be kind of easy to put together why they ended up here. Power play struggled again because of really good scoring 5-of-5. Goaltending let them down this year, where last year it was great, and the power play was so bad last year that it killed them. But you want to look ahead and microanalyze these performances and say, okay, these guys are showing out. This can work. Thompson, Tuck, those guys. You expect those guys to be good, but. Yep. But it's very tough in the after part, especially because again, so many of these guys are young, and the outcomes can just fluctuate so much because they're figuring out their careers, they're growing into the bodies, the whole thing.
Joe, as we look forward to next year, Joe Yerdon joining us of Noted Hockey Substack. You can subscribe to his work following the Sabres, covering the Sabres. What's the goaltending plan next year? What do you think they do? I mean, Levi is dominating at his level. Luukkonen, I'm pretty sure there's not enough time left in the season for Luukkonen to really reestablish confidence, at least among the fans. We know it's in there, but the consistency is not. And I end up with, what will they do? Will they leave the door ajar for Levi to get half the games? Will they continue to let him cook down there? Because it seems like, I don't know, eventually that's got to be a thing.
I think with how Luukkonen has gone this year, and I feel bad for him because I think a lot of his more recent starts, the last month, I would say, there's a trust issue between him and the guys in front of him, and the guys in front of him and him, because everybody gets a lot tighter dealing with each other, and just sometimes you read the body language with Luukkonen with some of the goals where it's just kind of it has that look of oh man, guys, come on, you got to help me out here. And the guys in front of him are like, hey man, we need a save here. What are we doing? That's tough. And we've seen that in the past with him, with other goalies too. In my mind, I think what you're looking at next year is Levi and Luukkonen duking it out. Let's see who gets this done. Hot hand will take the job, and you go from there. Because I don't know if you want Levi playing another year in the AHL. You kind of have to know what you got with him, right? Getting peaks of it now and again when he comes up to get starts or he's filling in for when somebody's injured, whatever. You get an idea because sometimes you'll see a brilliant start, and be like, oh man, this guy's electric. Okay. And then you get a game like he had in Seattle where you're like, oh, boy, this is a work in progress. Like, well, let's try to be patient here. I think next year you're going to have those two guys duking it out. And I think in the best possible outcome, you have them fight it out. They split games. Everybody stays,
sharp.
Everybody stays sharp, fresh. Hot hand will take control, and then you go from there and see how it goes. But you better have a really good veteran in the AHL, or that's okay with being in the AHL, or have them there in camp. And then if somebody wilts because there's a veteran guy that might take the job, then okay, like at least then you can figure it out. But every team's got to have 3 goalies now. It's as far as I'm concerned, but. But when you look at Rochester, you're going to have, maybe Topias Leinenen's going to be there. Scott Ratzlaff's had a great year in Seattle. He's still a couple of years away from being in Rochester, but it's coming. He's down the road. So you got to have the path has to be clear for these guys to be able to get those games in Rochester and see if you got another guy.
Joe Yerdon on the Western Hotline on the Sabres. Joe, thanks for the time. Enjoy the run-in here, to use a soccer term, the run-in here on the hockey season. And congratulations to your Newcastle United.
Oh,
people think the Sabres drought is long. Newcastle ends a 70-year drought?
Yes.
70
years without a major trophy to win, and they were stunning. That was the best game. I'd watched that team play, and I don't even know how long, man. It was it's something else, and I'm still kind of glowing from it. It's unbelievable. But yes, thank you. That's, holy cow!
I'm happy for you. Can I ask for your allegiance for the Champions League? Will you root for Arsenal to win the Champions League, because the Premier League season is over, pretty much. So
I do have a bit of a soft spot for Arsenal sometimes, except when they're playing Newcastle, of course. But it's funny how you draw allegiances in Premier League. Like you'd be hard pressed to find me pull for Liverpool ever, but Arsenal, I think Champions League is a different story.
That's right.
I think they could come away if they win Champions League. Holy smokes, man!
Be amazing.
That'd be an equally insane story.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Joe.
You got it, Jeremy. Thanks.
Joe Yerdon, always a pleasure. Joe Yerdon on the Western Hotline. Subscribe to his Substack. Noted Hockey. He covers the Sabres. Was in Ottawa last night with the team. Arsenal to the Champions League. I'm just saying, Bukayo Saka's healthy again. Arsenal's season in the Premier League was cursed. It was a cursed season. None of it counts. It was all crap. Now the Champions League's still around. They play Real next week. Let's go. Go in the Champions League. Come on. That's it. Answers. Easy. Problem solved. All right. We'll get Extendo Sports in and hand things off the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We got whoever Extra Point today. Sal back in for the Extra Point? No. Okay. Still Zach and Derek? Okay, good. Sal's in West Palm for the week. He's got to get time to reacclimate to this. It's not that bad outside, right? It's going to be 60 today. It's not that bad. All right. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR.
Nintendo Sports.
Very quick thought on something totally random, but I read a piece yesterday at defector.com about college basketball. And every once in a while, we get to a fun conversation about what rule in sports exists that if you proposed it today, people would be like, what? Why would we ever do that? And this kind of falls in line with all the tush-push talk of the last week. I think it was Vrabel. Somebody said, if you had these people that are trying to ban the tush-push, back when we put in the forward pass, they'd have argued against that. Like, easy. The forward pass is revolutionizing the game to open it up and make it more exciting. The tush-push doesn't do that. Anyway, nominee for the strangest thing that we all just accept as normal, that if you suggested this, it would be shot down. Defector wrote a piece about the possession arrow in basketball. We all just accept, whose ball is it? I just take turns. It's their ball. Why? Well, they got it last time. Oh. So we just hold the ball, and it's just, just take turns. If we're going to have an arrow on the table, it's going to go this way, and then goes this way, and this way, and then this way. And that's it. We're just going to take turns instead of having an actual jump ball. There was, I got to check what year. It might have been the year that Syracuse won the national championship. There was a year where college basketball changed the rule to, if you tie up the ball, it goes to the defense. At least 1 year in there. In 1998, okay, so yeah, the defense gave the ball. The defense got the ball on a tie-up no matter who had the possession arrow. That was 1998. And I guess that didn't last, but it was there for a little while where now you tie up the ball. That's a good defensive play. You reward the team that, hey, sorry, you had the ball on offense. You don't have it anymore. You gave up possession. So, anyway, just a college basketball thought as we head into the weekend and the Final Four. Coming up later today, Chris Trapasso. He joins Show with the Bulldog, part of the Wednesday weekly draft feature, so he's coming up. Matt Harmon is coming up on Thursday, according to the board up here. We're going to have next week, a week from today, we'll have Matt Waldman, who puts together the rookie scouting portfolio, does a bunch on quarterbacks, receivers, running backs, tight ends as well. So very much offensive driven, but it's great for fantasy stuff. Like, I'd recommend Matt Waldman's rookie scouting portfolio if you want to check that out. He'll be with us next week. So that's that. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next. And we're back tomorrow here on WGR.